It's on? Everybody's here? Okay. Good morning from New York. Good afternoon to you guys. So we have, I have four thesis students whom are all going to present in a row today, this morning. We're going to start with Gakku, who is working in a project in Los Angeles. Just as a general note, I mean, it's been fascinating working with these guys. You should know that we developed a lot of their projects and ideas in a VR room, actually, with Oculus headsets. So unfortunately, we couldn't do that here for everybody today because it's just way too much effort. But it was an interesting experience, I have to say, being able to deal with the students' works at scale and be able to be in these kind of virtual rooms. So a little bit of silver lining to this COVID debacle. Otherwise, I'm going to let Gakku take over and start the day.
Hey, hi everyone. Thank you for being here. I'm Gakku. It's my big pleasure to talk with all of you today, and I'm happy to see you. I uploaded my presentation on the website. It's called vltreg.com, and I will share my screen as well. And I also have a little bit of the sounds, so please let me know if anything is laggy. But you can go ahead and also open the website if you want.
You can share the link on the chat, probably. That'll make it easier for people, or someone else can do it for you.
That's a good idea. Okay, where is the chat?
Eldina did it, so go ahead, get started.
Thank you, thank you. Okay, so just 1 second. Okay. My project is about treatment and fabrication of the artificial organs, proposing the alternative use of the particle accelerator. The cell lab is made from the word decellularization. Decellularization is a process which provides us with a scaffold, structural foundation of the structural foundation material for the organs and tissues inside us. So on the left we see the decellularized heart, just the scaffold of the heart. So scaffold is basically a structure that has pores and holes inside, just like on the bottom right images. And further on inside these holes, the cells can be injected and can be grown. My project is about the organ production, the constantly ongoing topic in healthcare. Healthcare is the organ shortage. Donor organ shortage was and is always on the agenda of healthcare. So lack of organs or simply lack of the testing material leads to the very unethical practices such as experiments and the organs black market. We do print organs today with the bioprinter. Today we can print flat organs like some skin parts, like flat bones and meniscuses and so on, but we do not print today volumetric organs because they are getting destroyed by their own pressure while they are being printed. So that's the question of structure. Particle accelerator is needed for the process of the fabrication to make it attainable. There are 3 ways to accelerate particles: via synchrotron, linear machine, and cyclotron. Formally, first one has a torus shape, second one represents a line, and the third one represents a cylinder. Synchrotron type machine is the latest accelerator type and the most efficient. We use them in many fields. So regarding healthcare, we use them only for 2 reasons: to treat cancer and to do the advanced imaging. Here's the principle of how do we treat cancer with it. It goes through 4 steps. First one is the accelerator itself. Second is the navigating rail, and the third is the aiming beam. And the fourth is the gantry treatment room, where the beam starts bombarding cancerous cells with protons. So, so I have been in conversations with nanotechnologists and futurists, with Davina Dalian and with Dr. Ian Pearson, and I tried to find a conceptual way how to combine bioprinting with the particle accelerator. So in simple steps, there are 2 theoretical ways of reinforcing the organ structure so that the fabrication goes successfully. The first way is when the synchrotron serves just as the temporal structure while the organ is being printed. And the second way to do it is to print really firm scaffold initially and then later on to bombard it with particles so that it has pores later. So this is how the above mentioned circulation looks like with 3 exiting points of accelerator. One goes to the radiation therapy, second goes to bioprinting, and the third goes to the scaffold shooting. I also developed conceptual design of the different technological elements that need to serve that process. Generally, synchrotrons have different scale and are located at different parts of the world. And just like any other industrial architecture, shape is used as just as the embodiment of the technology the building accommodates. My project is located in Inglewood. So on this page, I'm emphasizing the region as the center of the leading space and aircraft industries, as it provides my project with the main service or with the engineering talent, because we can import technology, but importing talent is way more expensive. The second service that my project requires is the close proximity to the airport. And it's located on the cross-section of Crenshaw Boulevard and the Imperial Highway. And it's only 5 minutes away from the Tesla Airport and LAX. Here is the area of Inglewood, which has mainly 4 public spaces. Most of them are either commercial or municipal. The rest of the urban tissue consists of the single-family housing. The typology of hospitals has different variations, and all of them is driven by the efficient circulation of services. But almost all of them are lacking the social spaces. The waiting area is mostly represented as a couple of chairs in the corridor. So here is the aerial view of my project. Public spaces do gradually transit from the intimate areas to the exposed ones, having the volumes wrapped around the program of the park. And here is the site plan. The main body of the project is the interconnected shape and continuous structure, and is very adjacent to the accelerator, which is the bottom right wing. So the intent of the public park area was to provide the users of the hospital with a space full of optional activities and to make people meet people. The architectural components consist of the shapes that represent some circuits to geometrically demonstrate the channeling of the system. So I did create this series of hyperbolic non-Euclidean surfaces that can be continuous and also can be wrapped around the simple solids that do, in my case, accommodate the machines that I need for fabrication. These components also do work structurally with the displacements of only 0.02 centimeters. They can hold their own load, and they can also support in some moments the rest of the structure. And also here is the test of the body part with the displacements of only 0.5 centimeters. So here is how the parts are compiled. The start of the design was a synchrotron shape covered with the Mobius surface, because it represents, just as the above mentioned components, the inside-out surface. The design followed that logic to stay open and interconnected. The elements provide spatial qualities in between which the park is located. So as I was referring before to the aspect of the waiting room in hospitals, and also their excluded role explain most of the time in the relationship between healthcare architecture and public spaces. I separated the area into the matrix of different zones, and here are the named levels of accessibility, from researchers and scientists that have access to everything, to the friends and family of the patients, and to the public. So I translated it into the space. These zones are exposed to Inglewood gradually. The vehicle access is opened from both of the streets, where the road for the intensive care section, due to the avoidance of using the junction, is located on the northern part. And here is the view of the inner courtyard of the first zone, which is the most enclosed and located in the inner ring of the accelerator. The plan of the research center zone has a classical radial planning and the inner circulation, which goes into the zone 2 of the accessibility. So the concept of the energy distribution starts from the city grid and photovoltaics, which generate the energy for both the thermal cooling of the accelerator through the cooling pipes, which cover the accelerator, and secondly, the distribution of the electricity through the formal panels that are situated throughout the whole building. The room for treatment, as well as the solids that accommodate bioreactors, is adjacent to the accelerator, just as seen on the section, and just as seen here on the close-up of the accelerator body. And now I'm going to share the video. Let me know if the sound is on. Just a moment. Okay. So if some information about the project needs more attention, or if you want me to talk more about some moments, I'd be happy to give it more of a detailed description. And I'm very grateful that you all are with me. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you, Gakku. Yeah, I don't know if anyone wants to start with any comments. I will just say one thing. The project in the last couple of weeks seems to have taken on a very industrial aesthetic, right? It's become much more machinistic than it was. It was always machinistic in its ideas, but it seems to have really celebrated that or pushed that very hard. That's on purpose, I would imagine, right? You wanted this thing to feel very mechanical in the context of Los Angeles, in this site. Do you have anything to say about that? About its kind of, sort of
tried to combine both the industrial part of the architecture and also make it like kind of public friendly, and this is why all the surfaces are kind of flipped inside out, and the language goes like this everywhere, from the single small elements to the whole structure.
I mean, one of the things I was fascinated by in this project, while Kristy unmutes, I know Kristy's about to talk, was the kind of the strange, let's say, I don't know if I can call it symbiosis, or the strange collaging of the landscape elements, which seem to be somewhat desert-like with the project in Los Angeles. It's a very interesting and weird kind of combination. But having said that, Kristy, it's all yours.
Well, fantastic, fantastic presentation. Great place to start. interestingly enough, I don't have a ton of questions, and I think that's to your credit. I'm certainly, like every diploma, you know, we don't solve every issue, but you were really focused and clear about what your agenda was, what your thesis was, and how the relationship of the technology that you wanted to kind of promote could influence and impact an architectural manifestation. And so I think that, you know, that's all really beautiful and really clear. Certainly one of my comments did have to do with the kind of industrial aesthetic, the quality of it sort of oscillating back and forth between almost like a water treatment plant that you would sort of drive by. And I always think they're kind of really beautiful, right? So it's certainly, when I say industrial, I mean that in like the kind of the beautiful kind, the one that has a sense of wonder, like, wow, like that's what sort of makes our world go round, kind of thing. When you drive by and you're just happy it's there and it's happy it's happening. And so I think that that's an interesting take to bring to healthcare, because I have to say, I mean, most of us, when we experience, you know, going for any type of healthcare, like you've indicated, the process of the sort of the waiting room and this sort of antiquated notion of what care looks like is a little bit uncomfortable for most of us. And I for one, would like to know that, you know, my healthcare facilities, particularly the ones that are running at their peak performance and really performing in using technology in advanced ways, that they look and are designed and are thought of as something as efficient as an industrial process, right? And I think that that's an interesting and kind of a brave take, I would say, because I think there's a certain maybe aesthetic that we associate with care. And that the waiting room is often the only place that designers, I think, spend any time to think about how that's received from either people that are coming to visit someone that is having care or someone that's going through the process themselves. So I really thought it seemed really smart and quite intuitive as a way to say, you know, healthcare should run and function like our best technology in industrial centers. And if we thought of hospital and healthcare like we produce cars, then I think there's a chance that maybe those, if we thought of them also, let's just be frank, like a business, which is in a lot of places, specifically Los Angeles, certainly how they are run. So I think that would be one of my comments. I think the other comment, yeah, this view is kind of great. It's also, I think, quite interesting that you've taken the mass out of the hospital, or out of, you know, it's not quite a hospital, but out of the kind of center, right? It doesn't have that campus quality, those impenetrable masses that you often encounter. In fact, if we were to maybe take a stretch here and sort of say like an architecture of care, an architecture that is working to provide care, it has this kind of embrace quality, right? It offers different ways to encounter it. It presumably offers different ways to kind of enter it. And of course, some of that might just be in its, you know, visually seems accessible. I'm sure it has its levels of security as any hospital or technology center would need. But I thought that was also a really intriguing move that you made, that you really, in a lot of ways, kind of got rid of the material, got rid of the mass of a campus type technology complex, and replaced that with thick lines that was hard. It's hard to differentiate which ones are for people, which ones are for cells, which ones are maybe for, you know, they almost seem like those large tubes that were used in banks in the 1980s, you know, that they would sort of suck money from like the cars up into the system, right? There's a ambiguity between what each of those thick lines are doing. And I think that I appreciate that. I guess that partially contributes to the maybe wonder that it would offer to this neighborhood and certainly this region. Maybe just as a final note, it also has a vague reference to the spider at LAX, which I think is quite an icon. And you know, your interest in recognizing that this facility would be, I would presumably, kind of an international facility, and people would come here and or gain some level of treatment from the research that comes out of here. I don't know if that was, you know, accidental or just coincidental, but I thought that that was a nice connection.
I mean, one of the things I really like a lot is honestly, the site selection. I know that site really well. It's actually just maybe half a mile from my office, but it's a great mix of scales of things. And I think the relation to SpaceX and then the relationship to all those little single family bungalows, it navigates that really well. I think that the aesthetic I'm very interested in. So the kind of extrusion is what I'm understanding is what people are seeing as machine-like, that there are all these extruded paths and tubes. And I sent a text and, you know, Sylvia Lavin wrote a piece on the DimGym water treatment plant in reference to piping and extrusions, but it definitely has that aesthetic of like a plant, you know, some kind of manufacturing plant, which is, I think, really nice. I think its strongest aspect is the way it brings landscape in and opens up some of these views of the plant. So it's not so monolithic and enclosed. And I think in Silicon Valley, you know, every device, whether it's a Google or Apple device, looks like a piece of medical technology. And if you buy appliances that are designed in California, your kitchen turns out looking like a, you know, organ construction lab, because everything has this super clean aesthetic. I mean, I'm thinking of like Foster's Apple headquarters. And I think that it's very fresh that instead of giving it this enclosed machine aesthetic, you crack it open and make it into this kind of bundle of tubes, more like an industrial plant. I actually am much in favor of that, as opposed to, you know, similar kinds of facilities that end up being very sterile. And I think that the aesthetic of healthcare design right now is very much about a kind of sci-fi sterility. So everything looks like a kind of a Google speaker or something. And I appreciate the fact that this is kind of unbundled and connected to landscape and, you know, making these big outdoor landscape rooms in the middle of this plant. I think it's a really nice language for the project. So I'm in favor of the treatment plant aesthetic, and actually think it makes for a much more civic kind of place, and actually much more pleasant place than if you look at the courtyard of the Apple headquarters, for example, which is very similar, but very cold and sterile, and also very not popular among the people that work there.
I wonder if I could lay down, maybe even prematurely, another goalpost into the conversation, just so that we don't completely confine ourselves, shall we say, to an assessment of the return of a kind of a modernist mechanism, without at least considering the multiplicity, shall we say, of concerns that need to be factored in to any understanding in the 21st century of how the body and, shall we say, systems of rationality encounter one another. And I mean by that, of course, everything from healthcare to fundamentally anything that really conceives of, shall we even say, you know, well-being and organic life, in terms of how rational practice can encounter it. So I wanted to invoke something here, and that is the term of Max Weber, which he referred to everything that had to do with the body, with life, with the flesh, and with the ecstasies that are possible as Faustian. And he always talked about the rationalization of society, and always said the ways in which it sequestered and in many ways kicked to the curb the Faustian aspects of existence, and exactly what kind of a cost that would incur. Now, when you start a project and you talk about and you invoke the heart, it is impossible simply to remain within a structural shall we say, physical mechanical understanding, because it's the foundation of virtually all human culture. Some way of addressing exactly what human life is in relationship to the heart. And I mean that in all of the romantic senses, et cetera, et cetera. But even if you wanted to start with a colder analysis, you would still have to say that the heart, and as you picked it up, the heart begins with a kind of a structure that one discovers perhaps at the cellular level, at the tissue level, but is also a remarkable muscle, and it works at that level as well as a quite a strange and interesting and singular thing, because it's, as you know when you study the heart, is the structure of the heart with its valves and its ventricles and etc. It's actually a muscularization of a knot, of a hydraulic knot, and its efficiencies and its entire structure. It's an extremely beautiful, in a way, a flow system. Now, there's the hydraulic, and of course, there's the heart's participation in the broader circulatory system of the body, which includes a whole system of valves which permit, for example, the blood to be able to efficiently move both against and with gravity in a way that is not too taxing. On and on. There's also the blood pressure issue, et cetera, and the way that is managed and integrated with, the whole vein and artery system and the elasticities, if you like, which actually create the flow system, if you like, throughout the body. Now, I would say that that was just half of the way of where I felt like I really wanted to go here in asking us all to engage this project on a larger sense. And that is to say that the heart is responsible for the pulse. And the rhythmic aspect of the heart and the way in which it punctuates, organizes, not only the physical life of the body, but in fact, through things like music and through things like motion and movement, dance, et cetera, the way in which it connects us, if you like, to the external world. And it continues to do it. And that is ultimately, you could also say, it is the foundation of virtually all the arts, if you like, really have to do with ways of, in a way, engaging, modifying, and inventing new forms of structure for the pulse, which is to say the whole, and the breath, of course, that's a whole other thing. But what I want to say is that those things, the pulse, but not also to mention the romantic notion of the heart, is actually not entirely separable from our intuition that the way the heart organizes the temporality of the body is in fact what creates for us an engagement with time, and which actually is the creation of our psychic life and our subjective life. So all of this was essentially to say, what about all of that in terms of the way care is actually being reconceived? And I want to say this, is that based on my experience of late, through my wife, for example, who is currently working with United Health, trying to rethink, if you like, these types of things, it seems to me that there is a very strong tendency in the opposite direction of what we have heard today. And that is to say, and I mean, anyone who reads those great books that have been written by, I forget their names, the ones on dying and the ones on the way in which the body falls apart. These were huge bestsellers 4 years ago, written by medical doctors who, by the way, have become these massive best-selling authors these days for the main reason that they are trying to recover entirely different acknowledgments of what exactly is at stake psychically, if you like, and even aesthetically in the problem of dying, for example, and the problem of care. So I really wanted to say is that this is an opportunity, because these very issues were brought up and they were presented and laid on the table. And the question, of course, is that architecture, I don't think, should necessarily accept the short circuit to a, what would the word be here? I don't mean a commonplace, but I mean to a kind of, what would the word be here? Like a precedent, if you like, within the history of architecture, because I think everything becomes at stake at this. And I just think the invocation of the heart opened a door. Let's not shut it right away.
Thank you, Sanford. We're going to since we're going to try and keep these things in a half-hour slots. It's going to be interesting. You open up so many issues there that it could take us all day to unpack all of that alone. Anyone else want to add any comments? As we're running a time constraint here, it seems to me.
In terms of biology and temporality, that's what an hour feels like for a presentation, just so all of our organisms are aligned to it.
Just a quick just a quick comment on. I think it's to commend you. It's very the project. Even when I've seen the context, you almost know it's LA's. It responds very well to the specific climate, and of course, this exposed ratio of exposed surface area to volume and the mingling of indoors and outdoors is very specific to the climatic conditions. And without even seeing the context, you just know almost it's the location. So that's good.
Do we still have time?
Yes, Mario, by all means.
But I think we started on a very high note because presentation was outstanding, clarity and quality of the images. I also appreciated the dirty technology of aesthetical choice, which was evidently made, and I'm following Greg's remarks here. I know that there is an aesthetic of medical facilities which goes in the opposite direction, and it is assumed that the patient should find a friendly, down-to-earth environment, which is supposed to be favorable to feelings, etc. But from my, anecdotal experience, when I am in a hospital, the more technology I see, the better I feel. And the bigger and bulkier machines I see around me, the more I feel in good hands. I prefer to see 29 computer screens in an operation theater than a teapot and a pot of flowers on the windowsill, which I've also seen occasionally, and that doesn't reassure me somehow. In this case, I think the core technological component of the design was a particle accelerator. And I have no idea of what that is, except that I have a vague notion that it is circular. It is something round because the particles must accelerate in a circle. And you may remember when I attended the first juries last summer, I had some perplexities due to the fact that I found that there was a certain insistence of some megastructural circular pattern in many projects we have seen. I said, why is this happening? And some of you answered, it's a kind of a tradition of the school. Well, okay, good to know. But in this instance, regardless of the tradition of the school, the circularity of the project is perfectly warranted because a particle accelerator must be circular. And so for once I shall not object. I think it fits in pretty well. So yeah, I think we started with a very good proposition here.
Thank you, Mario. If anyone else has anything to say, I think we'll have a last remark from anyone, or we move on. No? Okay. Thank you, Gakku. Beautiful project. Beautifully done, beautifully executed, and I think Sanford gave you a ton of stuff to continue to think about in terms of that project, which obviously we hadn't have time. We don't have time to necessarily talk about in detail. But terrific. Jiri, I believe, is next.
Thank you so much, everybody. I'm really happy to be here. Thank you.
Okay, I think we're in the half-hour slot. And Jiri, are you there in the Czech Republic somewhere? I
yes,
believe.
hello everyone.
You and Frank Zappa. Good to see you guys again.
Yes, hello all. Nice to see you.
Captain Beefheart's in the other room. It's a little inside joke. Okay.
So welcome to my
This is actually
presentation.
this is a pretty good segue from what you just saw in terms of many of the comments, especially around the industrial and the machinistic. And I'm not sure, maybe we're going to get into lungs here as opposed to hearts, but let's move on.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Welcome to my diploma. And so my thesis is about how to find out kind of methodology and strategy for the developing the very interesting area, which is this old heap, is artificial hill in the middle of the city. And it's 2.7 kilometers long and 800 meters.
Did you mention the city? Because I think I missed it.
Yeah, it will be in next stage. So basically I have 4 chapters: site and context, strategy and scale, components and clusters, and finally factory. And it's in the city of Ostrava. It's the 3rd largest city in Czech Republic. And it was last 200 years really like leading city in the industrial. And it's like 300,000 people living here. And the history of 200 years is really interesting because in 19th century, it became really biggest ironworks in Habsburg monarchy. Then in the 20s, it was really big development of Czech factories. And because it was really city for miners and workers, there is also a very interesting development of Sorela, like social realism project by Meduna in 50s, really a huge one. But during the last 30 years, everything went down. So they start to close the mines. Also, the ironworks bankrupt. And what happens actually that the Ostrava start to change from the industrial city into the culture one. So there's the biggest festival in the Czech Republic. In this area, it's actually old factory in Dolní Vítkovice, and it's translating now into the culture center. And this gas silo is translated into the theater. But what was very interesting for me is the language of the factories. It's very, very, on one hand, romantic, and also kind of this nakedness of the machines. It's very inspiring for me. So this is the city of Ostrava, and in the white zone, you see there is the rest of the coal, but it's under the city and they want to destroy the city. So they stop the mines. And this is the lower Vítkovice area, which is now translated into the culture center. And this is the still working metal ironworks. And this is the site. And site was kind of burning like 50 years. And 10 years ago, they started to clean down and recultivate it into the landscape. And actually, what is really interesting and kind of trigger for the project, that the landscape really, the nature take the whole thing, and it's nice, beautiful park now. And because the Ostrava also know that they are kind of tough people and they know how to kind of adapt to the market. So now they are really thinking how they can change the strategy. Instead of coal and irons, they think about hydrogen because there are factories kind of making the bottles for gas. And I also found that Greg Lynn did hydrogen house like 30 years ago already. So it's amazing. And now it's big progress in hydrogen technology. And the hydrogen, it's very interesting because it can store the energy without losses. So instead of kind of burning things, we are able to produce the energy and store it without losses. And then in the bottom part, you see how it operates now. So we have a huge grid, which is leading the energy into the single house. But in this kind of thing, we can bring the energy power to the house and store the energy in the house. And then we can have this island situation. And for the strategy, how to develop urban plan, I was thinking a lot about context. This is the morphology plan. And so in the site, you see there's a factory, there's a river, and there's a residential area around. And when I analyzed the site more closely, I found out that there is only old one building in the site and several roads and one rail connection, let's say. So I was thinking how I can use the existing information. And so I start with existing points and roads, start to interconnect them, intensificate the connections. And then instead of like, it was based on, let's say, thinking of file auto characterization. And instead of thinking in elements, I was more thinking about topology. What if instead of like bringing elements closer to the roads, I will start to kind of fold and crease the surface of the existing terrain and then to optimize. So I actually focus on like ground tissue and solar tissue, and these guys could provide me the massing space to generate the components of the city. Okay, next slide. So this is and this was very, very interesting, examples for me when I start to really populate the mass from the creasing the surface and populate the site. But I was not very happy with the slicing. Like for the energy analysis, it was working, it was interesting because then I was able to really differentiate residential parts and like production parts, some semi-private, like, you know, for offices and where I don't need so direct light. But this was the like massing result. So it's optimized solar and tissue, ground tissue, and kind of intersection with the main circulation. And this is the master plan. So you see a bunch of clusters. What was also interesting for me that I did a lot of tests, and it was kind of very, very carefully find kind of scale of this, because I thought that in the landscape, the building should kind of really talk with the terrain and not be so high and not be so overpopulated. And from these examples, I was able to generate a lot of kind of different situations and richness. This was the result for the components, which I explain now. So basically you see the mass, and I was interested in how can I bring the components into the mass is some kind of topological logic. Before this, at the beginning, I did kind of research about the nice square grid and thinking about possibilities of the each components. But when I did this kind of examples, the scale was too small for me. So I go that the one component, it's actually, for example, one residential unit, which are differentiated, or garden or bigger garden, energy unit, and structure unit, and so on. But here should be explained that it's based on wave function collapse system. It's coming from game industry, where you are able to say, okay, these guys, this situation like corner should be connected to this like line. And so I had these components and I set the rules, how they should play. And then the algorithm find out the solutions, and I am able to find which I solution prefer. And then this is the design of the components. So I have residential units, which are halfway kind of duplex systems, like then big one, garden units, staircase, energy units. And in energy units, it was combination with the solar panels, wind turbines, and hydrogen storage. And this is assembled. of the one working unit. So the idea also is that these units are able to work with gray water, so recycling water using, and this is the section and schematic plan of the cluster. What was kind of interesting that this porosity is going also with the plan in section, and it provides me a lot of interesting semi-spaces. And this is the top view of the cluster. And this is the renderings. Okay. And then last chapter, because the strategy was, if I would like to really make this island working, so the first thing is that I am able to produce the hydrogen with the electrolysis. And the second part of the factory can works as a printing or assembly facility for the components. So then I am able to populate the whole and build the whole structure on the site. So this is the scheme of the factory. So it's very simple one. It's based on the frames, steel frames, and then the research center, office center, and on the top of this is the facility for producing the hydrogen. And in the plan, you see the entrance part with the visiting center. In second plan, it's research center. And on top of it is this facility for production. And finally, the idea in the factory was that it should be adaptable. So I was thinking also that the components are able to move slightly, open itself, the bottles coming inside, full each other, and then go to the consumption plate. And these are some renderings. So this is view from the hill close to the factory. And then we see also the clusters for residential. Okay, that's from me.
Great. Okay, so I guess this is definitely not an Apple campus. Maybe Greg, you want to continue from where you left off, or maybe someone else would like to say something here. Am I muted? Maybe I'm muted.
Well, I mean, I think it's, what just strikes me as interesting, and I don't really have a position on it yet. I'm curious kind of what the rest of the jury thinks. It's very much in the lineage of the place to have an industrial living complex, you know, so in a funny way, you described, Jiri, this mode from, this was a kind of a factory industrial town that then completed its mining and iron and steel manufacturing and became a culture city, or I forget the term you gave it, but it was about producing, you know, culture and the arts. And now you're bringing it back to 21st or late 20th century technology of producing hydrogen. I don't know if you're doing it by electrolysis or chemically, but you know, producing hydrogen and then sizing the town to the industry. So it's very much in the lineage of the place. And frankly, I don't know if that's a, you know, if that's a relevant or not relevant idea. But I mean, I do kind of like the way you're continuing the 100-year project of the town with a new technology and a new living pattern. And I do think hydrogen is an industry where you can actually have people living in the middle of the industrial park, which is very different than mining, where you probably want to be as far away from the mines as you can get, with hydrogen, I think you could have it right amidst it. I'm, again, not 100% understanding the relationship between the two, other than you could just put them together and not have it be toxic.
Can I have a curiosity? Can I ask a question? That is indeed a picture of Frank Zappa in the background, right?
Yes.
Frank Zappa, when? It's Frank Zappa, which vintage? Do you know when that picture was taken?
Around 40, I guess.
Say that again?
When he was 40, something like this.
No, but what year? What year was that? Meaning 1969, 72, 74?
I would put it as,
sure.
I would put that at, I would put it at 76, Mario, 76.
Yeah.
Something
And
like this.
you see, that is not a coincidence, because if it is 74 to 76, which is what I think it is, it corresponds to the aesthetic of your project. It is a deliberate nostalgic attitude. Listening to the music of Frank Zappa today, it's a form of nostalgia for people of my generation. What that could be for people of your generation who were not there when Frank Zappa was new, but I cannot tell you. You will have to tell me what you find in that stuff. But for people of my generation, it would be nostalgia. And just like the music of Frank Zappa reminds me of 1974, 1976, the spirit of modularity, plug-in, megastructure, pipes, etc. of your project is, in a sense, a reenactment of the spirit of the same time. This is the zeitgeist of the mid-70s. The fact that you want to merge this with a technology not of today, but of tomorrow is particularly intriguing and interesting, because your technology is forward-looking, but your aesthetic is nostalgic. And it's even, the pipes at Centre Pompidou. Centre Pompidou inaugurated in 1977, in fact, a copy of a drawing by Cedric Price of 1963. So it's even more remote in time. I have nothing against nostalgia, or I do, that's irrelevant, so long as it is acknowledged. If you make a statement of it, if you have an argument for it, which is what I think it is missing for you to make your project stand up. We understand what you're up to, but make it more explicit. Make a theoretical, political, ideological argument. Why 1974? You were not born in 1974. You don't know what it looked like. I was there. I was a little kid. What I remember, it wasn't fun, but who knows? So that's what, in my opinion, is missing. An acknowledgement. You have to have an argument to explain the reason of your merger of forward-looking technology and nostalgic aesthetics.
If I may comment this, I was really thinking about it. So the first is, firstly, it's this inspiration of the factories, because they use this kind of naked structure and elements which are really connected, and it's not by architects, it's not covered. So it's more like naked. And then also the kind of cube and this kind of language, I was thinking, if I'm in context of Czech Republic and Ostrava, it doesn't make sense for me to go kind of very extravagant shape, if that it should be understood by the people from Ostrava, for example. So it was kind of this context thinking in the term of language and site and society.
Yeah, that's an interesting answer, Yuri. First of all, thank you for the presentation. Some of my comments might be related to what Mario was just laying out, which is I was super struck by the fact that you talked about this thing as being made up of components. You sort of referenced that it might operate in a sort of a game logic, et cetera, et cetera. But I was sort of missing the argument of the sort of geometric rationale. I also was thinking the kind of metabolist qualities, the idea of, I wasn't exactly thinking plug-in city, but that also sort of works. And I think there's absolutely nothing that's not a negative or a bad territory to go into, but you spent a tremendous amount of time sort of setting up the site, the history, et cetera, that I think your project would warrant an argument as to why I was really struck also by the scale, like the scale of the housing modules seem to be a similar scale of the cells that you're using for the industrial component. But if I understand correctly, there's a huge aesthetic shift, or maybe not huge, maybe more of a subtle one, in that they're all similar scale proportion. They're all more in the cubic realm. But the housing ones seem to have this kind of these taupe colors that are more like bands, almost like rubber bands, sort of referencing like filleted edges and corners, et cetera. And then the ones, I think, if I understand, that are part of the industrial components are, have these kind of red super graphics, really angular, seem to be glowing, almost like they're hot, like there's blood running through it. I don't know, Sanford, maybe like back to the heart. And I think that you've brought up so many interesting things, but I do think that to kind of finish out the argument, the merger of this industrial complex with this like domestic component, and the decisions that you made to assign kind of different aesthetics would be useful, I think, in the conversation, because I don't think it's just simply how you wrapped them, right? I think that there's something there, and I think as you begin to unpack this and relate this to components that are related to gaming and maybe circuit boards and a lot of things that sort of come to mind, and then the components where you think of like the kind of domestic housing aspects, like I think they're still pretty radical in the context of that city. I would guess the houses don't all look like that. So I think a statement or sort of thinking and unpacking that as you like move forward, I think would be useful.
Maybe you want to show another image on the screen, Yuri, just to keep us awake here. Maybe not that one. We have a few more minutes. We have at least, according to my clock, at least 5 or 6 minutes. If anyone else would like to say anything. I mean, one thing I would love to have seen more of is perhaps some, to Greg's point about living with hydrogen, just more of a sense of what it's like in this place. Because right now, the way you've rendered it, for the most part, is it could be a dystopian sort of film. It could be some kind of strange film set, but that seems. I know it's in here. I know it's implicit, but we don't really get a sense of that from some of these very powerful renderings. By the way, they're very well done. But go ahead. Someone was going to say something. I can't see you.
Something. The last two comments, I think, can be summarized more or less in a single sentence, and that is, there always must be included in a design presentation a kind of rationale for why things look the way they do. Now, I don't accept the attempt to disqualify, let's just say, historical components or regional components or traditions, et cetera, necessarily simply by trying to usher them away as nostalgic. However, I think the concern is very, very real. Now, what that tells us then is, what are the requirements of such an argument, such an inclusion? When an argument is made, let's just consider it for a second as something that is a requirement. What kind of arguments would be placed in service, let's say, of the advocacy? Now, I know I don't have a lot of time, but I would like to say that, the project immediately invoked for me the analyses and the beautiful history presented by Lewis Mumford when he discussed the transition from the paleotechnic, i.e. the mechanical, the mines, the big heavy iron equipment, the coal, the forms of combustion, the forms of energy that belonged to a certain technological era. And as it passed into the you know, the late 19th and 20th century and began to embrace the discoveries, the mechanics, the behaviors, and the structures associated with matter and atoms and particles and those types of electrical relations and gases, et cetera, et cetera. The hydrogen, in fact, is it's an emblem of what comes, the strict hygiene, the cleanliness, the precision that Mumford identified aesthetically with the emergence of the 20th century. I mean, of course, he invoked what came later, which was the technology associated with living things, et cetera, and what he called the biotechnic era. But I think that the hydrogen thing suggests, of course, a whole aesthetic. And that doesn't mean that one needs to follow it, but I would say that what I'm really simply saying here is that the quality of the argument, like I say, the quality of the dismissal based on the idea of nostalgia is completely inadequate. But the question, of course, is then what is adequate in terms of a proper justification of that problem? And I would like to say that I do believe that problem, as identified by Mario and Kristy, is really, really important today. But I think the sophistication of the arguments has to be also quite high.
Great, thank you, Sever.
Okay.
Any last remarks? We're in the last moments here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry, Hani.
No, go ahead. Absolutely.
Yeah, I just wanted to make another remark on the relationship with the past. I believe that this place was like a place of transformation of matter, and the history of the place is about the exploitation of the land and the transformation of the land. And I was just simply trying to find links with the relationship of these clusters based on a grid system with a possible transformation of the landscape itself, and how these pieces would be having a more constructed relationship with what you described as an ice park. You know, because I believe that if you would like to discuss these connections with the past, that was obvious in the presentation, I wish to have a bit of more understanding of how this, I would call it, version of a math building in three layers could have a more constructed relationship with this past of transformation of the land by building up a relation with it. So for me, was the very first thing that I wanted to say. The second is like, I wish also to have a bit more information and more understanding on the relationship of, or the planar relationship of three-dimensional relationships of pieces in here with the landscape itself, and how living is happening here. Because you didn't describe anything. It is a massive, would call master plan related with mostly living and production of these living units. And I wish to have a bit more understanding of how living has been addressed. Because the thing that I was like reading is just this cubical elements that are like getting together in a kind of order, and they're forming these masses without, I mean, I didn't get how it works. So what are the values of these housing units and their relationship with the surrounding landscape, basically? I mean, yeah, it's a curiosity as well. So in order to maybe assess properly the project, less in terms of aesthetics and more in terms of, in habitation properties, could have been great to get to know a bit more about that.
Yeah, I agree with that very much. I mean, that's why I'd asked. I thought maybe I know there's a lot of depth in his thinking in terms of how this place operates and how one co-inhabits here with the hydrogen. But the presentation doesn't get a lot of that across. It doesn't spend a lot of time there. Jiri, did you want to say anything about that before we move on?
Yeah, actually, just the comment, because the massing part was really generated from the ground tissue. So there was really kind of connection with the pieces to the ground. And then also it was kind of very carefully making this carving of the terrain. So these clusters are actually very react on this situation. So they use really kind of this morphology to arrange themselves. And then in terms of kind of how it's working with the living, because of a lot of porosity and keeping the logic of the assembly elements, it really seems to be nice, kind of.
Okay.
But I mean,
Great.
for me, just the last comment, Jiri, I don't think it would be a nostalgic thing to say that the way you live in this is like living in an offshore oil rig, which is kind of what I was seeing, is that you are literally in the factory. I think what's nostalgic is having a factory and then building a cute little town right next door to it. Like living in the piping is a different thing, but I'm not sure you're ready to stand behind that, but I do think that it definitely is like a, you know, at least a new idea of how to not treat this like the Ruhr Valley, where you just take these nostalgic old buildings and turn them into big lofts, or nostalgic like a company town where the little single duplexes are next to the factory. I mean, it seems like everybody's living in a hydrogen factory, which to me is weird but interesting.
Yeah, I second that. I mean, I think it's interesting that in Mario's comments of the years in which Zappa was in that picture, also there's habitat in Montreal that in fact predates that a little bit. But this is kind of an anti-habitat, and I guess that's where I would find it interesting. To Greg's point, why is it in fact habitat turned inside out? What is it about it that's different? It's not, obviously it's not stacked condominium blocks, prefab, then kind of creating some kind of a fiction around sort of pleasant living, right? But anyway, we'll move on. Thank you so much, Jiri.
Thank you so much.
Oh, I'm sorry, wait, with one more comment, perhaps, Cristina? Yes, please.
I really like many of the topics that you have been addressing, and this is why the commentaries are so interesting in terms of how they are elaborating on your interesting topics. But I have to say that your master plan is not very consistent. Okay. For many reasons, but this is we don't have time. I could say that I don't trust in master plans that are addressing only few conditions, because a master plan is something more complex, I would say, and I find several problems in that. But in general, the topic, and especially the site, is terrific.
Thank you.
Yes, okay, great. Thank you, Cristina. Okay, so I think we're moving on then to, I believe Leo is next?
Yes,
is
here.
Yes. Okay. How are you?
I'm fine actually.
Good.
Pretty good. Are you guys ready for the next presentation?
Yes, we are. Please,
All
go
right.
ahead.
So, yeah. Hello, my name is Leo, and welcome to my thesis project, Reminisce Architecture, a Digital Fossil. Reminisce Architecture is about storing and re-visualizing zeitgeist memories through architecture, specifically how memories can become an architectural manifestation within a museum typology, as a monument and as a time capsule. Executed by three main design components and their corresponding technologies: the digital fossil as a memory archive, the memory theater for the experience, and the agora as a place for the discourse. I ask myself the question, how do I remember something I have not experienced myself, which brought me to consider time travel and how we can create environments that recreate memories. For example, watching an old movie can already make me feel a little traveling back in time. But an old movie is a really old technology. So I looked into the technology and the development of imaging techniques. And the point cloud and the dynamic point cloud became strong conceptual idea of a digital and immersive time travel experience. At the moment, when our collective history is digital, the data center is becoming one of our most significant cultural anthropologies. In this context, the space of museum displays and experience are afforded a new relevance in what would have once been an unexpected alliance. The way our monuments have and continue to be built has changed little over the course of human history. The project looks at contemporizing this and the SIME project. A time capsule is locked from the moment it gets launched or stored, meaning that the generations in between closing and reopening do not benefit. Therefore, the project proposes that instead of objects stored in a time capsule, it would be more appropriate in the 21st century for it to contain interactive data instead, which brings me into two question like historic monuments. How do we archive data for hundreds or thousands of years as an experience? A black hole stores all the information about the light that falls into on its boundary, and this is transformed and stored in a form of quantum hair. This is known as the black hole information paradox. It can be seen as an overall master of archives. When they collide and they produce gravitational radiation and deform space-time. I use this interaction as a reference to create a series of geometry studies. These will be the data storage, monuments, and digital fossils. How do we conserve memories for many hundreds and thousands of years? There's a new technology from Microsoft called Project Silica, which allows us to store data carved as data voxels in many layers at the focal point of a laser inside 10,000 years high resilience quartz glass. I'm conserving and digitized memories for over 10 millennia. I'm effectively creating a digital fossil. Giulio Camilo's memory theater was not only an archive of knowledge, it was even more a Renaissance search machine. Icons help to find our way through a labyrinth of information. Inspired by that, the digital fossils are accessible, and browsing through the archive is possible by making the stored memories visible as holograms with AR contact lenses. Diamond Abraham's living capsule and the adaptability of an octopus skin was an inspiration for a soft morphing media space. Working in a spinning VR cave, which morphs its inner space according to the experienced media, could allow us to experience a memory as if it were almost a current and first-hand experience and therefore create a feeling of traveling in time. As a hybrid architecture, you can visit Reminisce architecture on site, but also from all over the world with a digital device. As everybody is wearing AR lenses in the hybrid Agora, is a place where virtual avatars and visitors in person can meet and discuss zeitgeist memories. New York is a global hub of activity and culture. It is a place of vibrant, multicultural, historic happenings, which have and will continue to create and store and regenerate a huge amount of data. The proposal sits within the center of the Central Park, in the reservoir. It offers the perfect void in the city for Reminisce architecture. Reminisce architecture is bridging the original North Gate to the South Gate. You enter the first courtyard and walk in between silica glass and around the digital fossils your way through the architecture down to the Agora. The design follows a linear path through the reservoir. It is composed of 6 courtyards, entrance and exit zones, the memory theaters, immersive chambers, a form home, and agoras. Inspired by the idea of the unfolded Guggenheim Museum, the main path leads through the courtyards, moving further below the water surface and towards the central core, the Agora. As the entrance bridge leads you towards the building, it gradually slopes down into the architecture. When you arrive in the first courtyard, you walk along the silica glass and come browse through the memories with your AR contact lenses. From there, you can either move into the lower courtyards or you can move into the space underneath where the immersive chamber theaters are located. Visitors can also spatial experience the digital fossils and access the archive from there. And the digital fossils are built from structural borosilicate glass. The welded glass profiles are bundled with ceramic steel frames set in a vector-based parallel grid, which are then connected to a space frame structure that is braced against torsion. The borosilicate glass fibers and the ceramic steel bracing have high resilience mechanical properties. This is also translates into a long-lasting durability, which increases the building lifespan and reduces the frequency of maintenance required. The fossils sit within a voyage vessel. The main construction is made up of a steel-plated structure, which is weighted by concrete. This stabilizes the structure to keep it at a consistent level within the water. There is a degree of movement. This can also be regulated by water tanks. The long section illustrates the composition of the spaces, specifically in terms of how deep they sit within the water. The agoras sit in the central zone. When entering the spaces, it reaches up to create a stadium-like experience, opening up to glimpse at the people above and watching and re-experiencing memories. While walking along the silica glass walls that line the courtyards, people can browse through the archive. Circulation paths weave throughout the digital fossils and allow the visitors to dive deeper into the memory theaters. The upper floor plan shows how the visitors meander through the monument. The sequences of spaces allow them to connect with the water and the adjoining courtyards, whilst also informing an immersive and multisensory experience. The lower floor plan illustrates how the digital fossils are suspended and creating cave-like spaces below where the immersive chamber theaters are located. Underneath are only enclosed spaces. In conclusion, the building is not only a storage of zeitgeist memories, connected from all over the world, it is also a place to re-immerse and experience collective moments and turns into a fossil over time. And this work would not have been possible without the support of a few special people and IoA members. So thank you very much.
Leo, well done. I have to hand it to you. Most of our reviews, you've spoken for a long, long time. Today, you managed to bring it all in a very abbreviated discourse. That's great. All right, so we'll open the floor or the Zoom to discussions. Anyone want to launch in here?
I'm going to invite Klaus to ask a question.
It's like a parlor game.
We know what the question is. We know what the question is, of course.
No, hello, Leo.
Hi.
We talked a lot about this project and about the techniques, and it's.
Yes.
I think in the end it's a great project, but still there are some questions which you partly solved, but not all the questions. Yeah. How to store, how to read, and so on.
Well, I mean, the question.
I love the project, meanwhile.
I don't know if it's, I mean, like I tried to get through the research quite quick because I'm just the short amount of time. But if there are questions like how to store the data and how to read and everything, I can also explain it more further if this is needed.
But I think a lot of projects were asking if the architecture is up to the brief. And I think for me anyway, this is a moment, which I think is a good moment, where I don't think the brief is up to the architecture. Like if you said, does this make sense in the reservoir of Manhattan? as an architectural proposal, I would say absolutely. The place will be mobbed. Like everybody will be with their cameras taking selfies of each other. It's incredible sighting. It's an incredible relation to the horizon. It's like something out of a Marvel action film where you expect this is some kind of headquarters at the heart of New York. It's incredible. I mean, it's literally spectacular. Now, do I want to go have an immersive AR or VR experience in this? Absolutely not. This is going to destroy an AR or VR experience. It's going to make the best AR look horrible. And I also think as an archive for data for New York, I mean, please, like that could just be out in some other borough. Like this is in the middle of the reservoir in Central Park. It's spectacular. So I think congratulations on the architecture, but I think it's crushing your brief. I think your brief is not up to the job, in my opinion, which is very different than the other two conversations where we were really asking if the architecture was up to the brief. So it's a dilemma. I mean, I don't mean to pose it so like, you know, dialectically, but I just don't feel like I want to go there to look at digital fossils with an AR headset. I want to go there to experience this place in the middle of the reservoir.
Well, I mean, like my idea was to somehow combine this idea of the museum somehow and the archive, and also to showcase this. But I agree that like maybe like this idea of having these point clouds, visualizing these memories, and this architecture is like in two layers overlaying somehow, which propose itself maybe are already quite spectacular, and maybe it's too much, but for me it always made sense. But yes, I also get the critique, of course.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at, you know, Richard Serra is not the most like caring person in the world. When he attacked the Bilbao Guggenheim, it was because he was jealous and afraid that his art would be upstaged by the architecture. So I think you would have a hard time finding an artist that would want to exhibit in here because it's going to be hard to compete.
No, I mean, maybe, and this was or is a misunderstanding. For me, it's not artists who are like exhibiting something. It's not like a usual museum, like a gallery or something like that. It's more like this idea of having like creating this time capsule where like daily memories which are captured in these point clouds are stored somehow. So it's not about someone is doing an exhibition or something like that.
I think I remember because Leonard presented this during my seminar once or twice. By the way, apologies, I should have got back to you during winter break, but I didn't manage, so I get back now. But I do remember what the program was. This is the reenactment of memories using virtual reality and augmented reality technologies, on the assumption that virtual reality and augmented reality theaters are one of the very few installations where for entertainment, which we need to experience outside of our domestic environment. Because if it's just for seeing a picture on a screen, we can do that at home. But we cannot really experience virtual reality or augmented reality at home because we need a specific and technologically complicated space to experience that safely. If you do that at home, you break your nose against the refrigerator, you stumble out of the balcony, and it ends in catastrophe. So you need a special technologically complex environment to experience. It's a virtual reality or augmented reality theater, which is complicated to build. Hence, when it is built, we have to go and find it where it is. We cannot have that at home unless we are billionaires. There is, however, and I agree with Greg, it is a bit odd to put it in such a scenic place. If you go there, you don't want to lock yourself into virtual reality or augmented reality theater. There is, however, a bizarre precedent. if you think of it, this virtual reality, augmented reality, immersive experience is a digital upgrade of a 19th century panorama. The 19th century panorama was a place you visited to have an immersive experience, which was painted all around you. So the degree of interactivity was limited, but it was more or less the same idea. And as far as I know, most of the early 19th century panorama were built in parks. In London, the most famous one was built in Regent's Park. It is no longer there, but it stood there for 30 or 40 years. So it's the same paradox. If you go to Regent Park, why would you want to spend your time in Regent Park inside a panorama? And yet, apparently, this is what they did. So in a sense, even though I think Leonard was not aware of this precedent, there is some bizarre historical recurrence here, whereby it is a park and part of the park experience, but at some point you lock yourself in to have a special immersive experience in an enclosed space. It is odd, but it has happened before, and I wonder why.
Maybe also to comment back on Craig, I think it's up to everyone who's going there if he wants to browse through the archive and go through the memories, or if you just want to enjoy the space and the architecture. I guess it's maybe the same way. When I'm walking through like a gallery space, I can spend a lot of time looking at art pieces, but I could also just walk through the museum and enjoy the moment somehow.
May I ask a question?
Yeah, please.
Maybe I am wrong, but is it floating?
Yes, actually. Like the whole architecture is like a ship, like a boat, which is floating. And this is, because we need this to create this very special edge condition with the water surface.
But only one question. Do you know how deep is the reservoir?
The reservoir is 8 meters. And I have to dig a hole into the reservoir because like my architecture is going down 20 meters. But the idea was to fill up the plated structure with the gravel from digging the hole to make the whole structure more heavy and to keep this special floating situation somehow.
More questions, because maybe we were understanding wrongly certain things. So the borosilicate glasses are structural.
Yes, that's correct. Borosilicate glass. Oh yeah, go ahead.
And there are supposedly the places where the information is stored as well as the theaters.
Yes, right. Okay, maybe I just go through this quickly again. There's this new technology from Microsoft to crave data into class and to store it in there. And so the idea is like with this new storing technologies, and you can store data for many hundreds or maybe even thousands of years. And this is this idea of creating this digital fossil somehow. So with a laser, you can write memories or data into this quartz class and also read out the data from the quartz class somehow. So all these class pipes are the storage, but it is also the architecture somehow. And I got somehow also inspired from the Greek which for me was quite interesting, because back in the days the Greek people they carved daily memories into these building blocks. And nowadays we look at it and we can see how people lived back in the days there. And for me, these silica blocks, which are also somehow the architecture block, but also contain these memories inside somehow.
I think the invocation of the panorama or the insertion of the panorama, let's say, into the way of thinking about this project is a very rich and useful one, but largely because it reminds us that the design of natural spaces, the design of parks, etc., virtually since the 18th century had the basic purpose of producing a change or a shift in subjectivity. And what I mean by that, there's a term that has been used by a brilliant historian in the United States. He refers to this as psychotropy. Ultimately, this historian argues that the purpose of all history is ways of modulating and transforming human sensory capacity. And I think that in seeing this project, even without listening to it, two things came very quickly to my mind. And one, the first, I'll say them in the order in which they'll be most understandable. One was the recent project in northern Italy by Cristo, I guess his last piece, in which he created these massive, extraordinary piers and rafts, floating piers, which permitted one to walk out onto water to a kind of a destination, if you like, in the middle of a body of water. And one could argue is one of the greatest works of his entire career, precisely for its capacity to shift human attention. Now, another one was by seeing the vortex structure that you place in the middle of this large body of water. Anyone of my age certainly can't help but feel, asked to remember Robert Smithson's masterpiece from the late 1960s of the spiral jetty. Both these projects, I believe, weigh hugely, if you like, on historical aesthetic consciousness, in the sense that they really do represent incredible transformations of experience, which lead perhaps into all kinds of possibilities, and absolutely possibilities for architecture. So as a footnote to all of those, also one has to be reminded of the Blur building of Dylan Scofidio, which for so many reasons, partly for its performative aspects, but also changed a lot of the game of what architecture was seen to be able to do, or let's just say what its ambitions could be in the way they engage new things. So I would have to say this project is incredibly rich. And I think I just want to ask everybody to say, well, what the implications for changing how we understand a design in an environment, I think really need to be expanded in every possible way that this project suggests.
Well said. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, no, that was fantastic. And I think that ever since you kind of ended your presentation, Leonard, I've just been thinking that it's what all of these comments have been about, that it is fantastical, it's a spectacle, it's something that would absolutely be a destination. It would be incredibly full, right? I think that there's this right now there's this air of kind of reflectiveness, right? People would go there almost the way you would go to like a cemetery or something. There's a bit of that. But I think actually as you move forward, and I hope you do, because I think what Sanford said, I mean, I think your ambitions for what architecture can be are, what we'd all hope to see sort of in a diploma project. But I think that maybe, and this might be what Greg was saying in the beginning, like perhaps you have to actually now look at what you've created and update how you think it can participate in the city. Because I actually think if you would create this architecture, if you raise the bar, this place will be full. It will be full, not just of, like body to body, people, but it'll also be full of kind of content and information and memories and emotions and all of these things that I think as architects, even as we move into this realm, I don't think you should take for granted, well, people can pause when they want to pause and they can look when they want to look. I think that's in the realm of your responsibility and opportunity to sort of say, as we move into this architecture where we're going to be moving from the kind of anticipation, the kind of moments of presence, to actually transitioning to going to these other places quite literally. As architects, what we understand of as like thresholds and transitions and pause and movement and circulation are all going to change. And so I think while I appreciate the reference of the unfolded Guggenheim and things like that, I think that needs to be ratcheted up one level. I don't think you should take for granted that people will just know when to pause and know when to go. I think the Guggenheim, spiral could assume that because it was based on, they knew where the work was going to be. They could control and pace the information. So therefore they could control or at least guide the pace of the occupant. In this case, the fact that it will be so full, almost overrun, like I'd put yourself in that mindset, like it's going to be so popular, like I completely agree. But I think then as an architect, you need to think about like, I don't know, I'm thinking this place inside, it needs like buffers and guardrails, things that are puffy and things that are going to keep me from like falling and bumping my head. Like I want to know that I'm going to be like safe away when I allow myself to let go and go into these worlds. So anyway, that's maybe going too far down your imagination of what it would be like to kind of lose myself in an architecture quite literally. But I think as architects, if we anticipate that people are going to do that, I think we need to take on more in terms of what does the circulation look like? What are new kinds of niches? How do we indicate pause? Things that kind of doorways and antiquated things like that used to do that we won't have anymore. And so I think that would just be territory that I would think of as I hope you continue to work on this work. It's incredibly beautiful. One final comment would just be, having spent some time in Austria, I can't help but think of Akachi's studio's work in Graz, right? I think there's a very nearby reference of this kind of spectacle within water, and I think that. The Muir Island in Graz. The fact that this thing is maybe as, it operates as an architecture from within, but I think it equally is something that people look at. And I couldn't wait to visit the Met Museum in New York just so that I could look at your piece of architecture. So I think you should own that part of it too, that it'll operate as a physical thing in the world, and that's okay. And I think it'll still have that level of responsibility.
Thanks. Maybe just one quick comment on the idea or the thinking that it might be overrun, because I was also thinking about that. And like my quick conclusion about this is because what I'm doing actually is I'm using the old North Gate and South Gate from the reservoir somehow as an entrance building and as an exit building somehow. So there is a possibility to control how many people are going to go there, how many people are on the bridges, and how many people are in the courtyards somehow. And I think it's also interesting because you mentioned that you can also might want to think about how to move the people through these architecture, and it could be also with these AR holograms that these holograms are slowly moving you and pushing you through these very linear, and it's almost like a one-way architecture. I was kidding on the midterms somehow. You walk I'm through the architecture like a one-way, one direction thing somehow. So this could maybe be a possibility to tackle these problems.
Okay, very, very nice. Any more? Sorry?
Yeah, I just wanted to add something that for me, the project is So I'm having ambivalent readings of this, because on one hand, I follow in Sanford's comment. I think there is a perceptive quality on the three main spaces that could be really amazing to be perceived. But on the other hand, I'm having the feeling of being in front of a white elephant, because all your argument is constructed upon, the museum and the storage of memory and data. And I have the feeling, because of many reasons, that this is not fitting with your ambitions. I mean, the idea of storing things on extremely delicate borosilicate glasses that are like supposedly structural, that are hanging somewhere in the middle of nowhere, in a thing that is floating, surrounding a supposedly a memory theater. For me, it feels weird. It feels over-constructed, the argument, while I think the qualities of the project could have been based on the perceptive qualities on these spaces, basically, to be simply passing through, perceiving them, and being in contact with certain things and giving the place. While I don't think it's working in the way you're saying, and there are like things that for me could have been explained much better or much simpler, without over-constructing or without referencing, the theater of memory, and yeah, I'm having this kind of ambivalent feeling that I feel that the qualities of the projects are different from the ones we heard from you.
Okay.
Okay, great. Just my comment on this is very simple, and it, Leo, I've been going on about this. The only thing missing here, I mean, it's an epic work, and you took on a massive challenge that you gave yourself, and I commend you on it. And I very much like the spiral jetty reference that Sanford brought up, of course, because it's here, but also there's even Emilio Ambas floating around in this thing because of the strange, beautiful intervention into the reservoir, which is kind of one of those things. I don't think I've ever seen a proposal before where someone said, why don't I just connect the two gatehouses in the reservoir urbanistically, which I think is in and of itself just a really powerful urban decision and move in the context of New York and in the history of the reservoir. Then and I've always had a problem with these silica nests. But my problem is that what you haven't written into this, and I just think maybe you have, but you haven't shown it because of how much you tackled, and perhaps it's a little over complex and too many references, but it's time. The missing thing here is the time element of this thing, because I can't help but see this as starting out as these voids, these empty voids where nobody visits, and they're just sitting in, and it's this beautiful kind of basin architecture that's put into the reservoir. And over time, humankind starts to build these silica bricks, and accrues them and builds them into these crazy hyper spiral jetties that float up into the sky. That's the way I read it. I know you've never really agreed with that, but I think it's in that way of thinking of it, it's actually is a kind of a monumental project. As a given, kind of, it's built in one shot and crowded with people, and it's kind of a tourist attraction like the Blur building was in the Zurich and in Switzerland. Yeah, okay, but I think that's the beauty of this project is it's this kind of weird. You wanted to write a kind of epic story, and I feel like that's just not coming across, because that's really the way it looks to me, is this time-based. We could be looking at images here of this thing 1,000 years from now. New York won't look like that, but with this thing, but this thing might have accrued with this much memory and stories. Okay, let's move on. Thank you so much. And Dennis, you're up next.
Thank you very much for everything.
Thank you, Leo. Very nice work.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dennis. It's a big pleasure for me to present here today. And my presentation has a format of web page. So I send the link in chat. If you want, you can open it.
I think it's worth noting that you're sitting in Kiev. I just love the fact that you guys are sitting in all these crazy places.
Yeah.
1 second. Yeah. So the name of my project is Urban Redemption, and I think there is no doubts for all of us that urban environment is a pure projection of social, technological, and economical changes. But the issue here is that quite often the flow of changes can result in the rudimentary urban artifacts that can happen in various scales. So talking about the small scale, the great example can be the long lines building. Initially, this building had to contain the wire center for telephony. But because of development of technology, the initial purpose of building was lost. Talking about the bigger scale, the High Line is a good example, I think. So back in time, this infrastructural object was very important for the industry, but became abandoned for a long period of time before the new valid meaning was found. But also what is very important, we can see that this tendency can be applied even in a global scale. For example, Rust Belt that appeared in the United States after the middle of 20th century, when all the major amount of heavy industry was moved out of the country. So in conclusion here can be that we are receiving such a conditions of the environment because buildings and infrastructure are not able to dynamically respond to all the changes. And it leads to the question, how can we efficiently deal with these kind of rudimentary artifacts in our urban environment? So to find the answer, we can have a look at the period when the responsive qualities were the main interest for architectural investigations. And of course, I'm talking about the period of metabolism in architecture, when buildings were considered mainly as a dynamic system. But the idea of adaptability for sure were beyond its time. And I think that its real potential can be opened under the certain circumstances that we have nowadays. And to understand it better, we just need to see that the contemporary world has a huge amount of tendencies and trends that can lead to the tectonical changes. In terms of the transportation system, we can see that very soon self-driving vehicles will take their place in our daily life. Also, in the same time, fully automated production sites and storage area will completely change the topology of the certain facilities. In terms of the housing, we also can see that sharing economy and everyday service subscription are gaining popularity. And beside these, people tend to use more co-working spaces, and companies are trying to have growth and exit strategy for their offices. It's if we are describing the topic of work. So after all of this, I would like to say that the most important here is the technology, because the rapid development of AI and the Internet of Things will bring the interaction between buildings and users on a completely different level. So the question is it is reasonable to assume that we cannot stop the flow of technological development, but now we have enhanced all the tools. So finally, an efficient strategy can be proposed, which will soften the vast outcome of the upcoming changes that once again will reshape all our urban environment. But then the obvious question comes, who, where, and how can take the responsibility and show one's willingness to invest in development of these kind of strategies? So the statement here is supposed to be is that in the time of exponential changes, architecture has to become responsive. And I think that answering the question who, we can assume that the big trendsetters also can become those who will force the development of the certain urban strategies, but of course, mainly for their own profit. And now I'm talking about the raw top corporations. Having a huge amount of resources, you see that in the top list of economies, they're even competing with some countries. So having the huge amount of resources, corporations are getting power and trying to proliferate their influence in every possible aspect of our life. But the feature here is that their campuses are dramatically evolving from day to day and getting the implementation of the new technologies. So in the context of the previously mentioned trends and tendencies that we can see nowadays, we can assume that the new stage of development of the corporate campus can have a completely different level of responsiveness and adaptability. So the next question that we need to answer is where they can test out different approaches and technologies. Most likely it can be San Francisco Bay Area, which is already served as the sandbox for the corporation to operate in. But moreover, their presence in this area causing various issues for the urban environment. For example, the rapid growth of price for property, or let's say traffic issues. And actually their campuses are already working as the new urban attractor of the 21st century. So basically this is the representation of the road system in San Francisco Bay, which is hardly suffering, and it has a huge amount of issues in terms of the traffic congestions, and and from year to year, and the situation will be even worse. And so we're getting to the place of implementation. So my project can happen on the traffic junction in Cupertino. So you can see this is the crossroad of two highways. So the feature here is that the size of the junction is 26 hectares, and 45% of these completely not used land. And this number of wasted land is just shocking, especially in the context of San Francisco Bay, whereas the price of the real estate is extremely high. So we can take 80% of this and rise it up and gain a vast amount of space for the automated facilities. And on the next step, we are using the previous layer as the plinth for the automated platform, which is supposed to optimize the movement of automated vehicles. So for example, if you need to get from point A to point B, instead of getting in car and making a long pass of 6 kilometers, you can shorten your pass to 1 kilometer through this automated platform. So here on the sides, you can see the cascade of additional parking spaces. The layers in the center is the space which is fully dedicated for users and can be used for the various numbers of facilities, for example, co-working spaces. But creating spaces for 8,000 employees, it is important to provide accessible accommodation, especially in the context of the living crisis in San Francisco Bay. And of course, all the structure is enveloped with efficient and optimized shell structure. But also we are using the special conditions of the place to gain as much as possible benefits for the generation of the green energy. So the circular holders for the living units also covered with the solar panels that are able to provide electricity for all the housing development on the campus. And exactly on this stage, I would like to zoom in and describe in details the logic of the circular holders and the living units here. So you can see on bottom roads that are part of the transportation system. In between, the automated storage facilities are located. And the next layer on top of it is the circular holders for the modules, which is getting fulfilled with the various prefabricated units that are fully adaptable for the various needs. So as you can see, all the layers are seamlessly integrated with one with each other. And now we can have a look at section to see how the system works. So on the very top of the circular holders, the permanent crane for the unit distribution is located. You can see it here. So this crane is delivering modules from the automated storage facilities through the special shaft to then locate them in the special holder area. There are supposed to be from 6 to 10 types of units that are varying in dimensions, but all designed in a size that allows you to easily transport and assemble on the site. As you can see, all the modules have been developed in details. To understand better the cross connection of various functions, we will have a look at the section. So where the bottom part is fully dedicated for the movement of automated vehicles, the in-between where serves for the needs of visitors and contain the co-working spaces. And the premises covered, and all the premises are covered with the shell structure, which is covered with vegetation. And also in this section, you can see the way circular holders are interacting with the central part of the project. Among all the campus, we can find the multiple places that are dedicated for accommodation and recreation facilities for residences. But beside this, the neighborhood is benefiting from the implementation of such a structure. In a way, it is getting additional space for sports facilities, private gardening, and leisure activity. So the building is seamlessly connected with the neighborhood with the multiple pedestrian passes. And beside this, the efficient connection for the vehicles is provided as well. So in such a way, the neighborhood is highly benefiting from the existing of such a structure. The area I was just describing is located here, and you can see the way it interacts with all the inner functions. So basically in the very center of the project, you can see the inner park, which is surrounded by ramps, providing the vertical connection through all the layers. And the intensive vegetation distributed creates a very atmospheric space for people to work in. I think the intention here was not to create just the ordinary office space, but the area which truly represents the dynamic nature of the location, and also represents the seamless synergy between technology and architecture that in the end create this very pleasant environment for users. But the real intention of the project is to create the choreography of dynamic processes that are intertwining and fully integrated one into each other. So now you can see the plan and the transportation system, which is engraved into the body of the project. And so to sum up, I would like to say, such a prototype of the urban intervention can serve efficiently to make a seamless transition in the period of dynamic changes, unite, reintegrate, and merging into one stream various processes that are tend to reshape our urban environment of the 21st century. Hani, you're muted. We cannot hear you.
I see that. Terrific, really, really fantastic. I have to really hand it to you. The method of presenting was very powerful, and I think it makes. I mean, what people think about the project is one thing, but just at least it's all there for us to react to and very strongly put forward. Thank you for that. So I open the Zoom interface here to any.
I have one very short question. Did you consider the acoustic context when you planned all this out? Because essentially you took the huge highway system and you just, they turned it into these beautiful white strips visually, as if they really don't exist. In fact, at some point I had to ask myself whether or not they had been buried, but I now know.
Yes. Yeah,
go ahead.
Yeah, of course. Thank you very much for the very interesting question. I was considering the multiple issues in terms of the acoustic, and first is the neighborhood, because at the moment it's highly suffering from the existing of the highway next to it. And for the neighborhood, it creates the sound barrier for sure. And also, if we have a look at section here, you will be able to see that this space in between the storage area serves as the buffer zone to create this distance between the underground level and the upper level. And even more, as far as we make a transition from normal vehicles to electrical vehicles, also the amount of noise will be reduced.
Is there a similar strategy for, I mean, I guess the notion here is everything's electrified, but are there still fossil fuel burning cars?
No, I assume at this point, everything's supposed to be automated. It's like in 20 or 30 years.
Yeah, fingers crossed.
Just to build in on that, can you talk a little bit about how your project, I mean, obviously it intermeshes with this existing road infrastructure, but is it hidden, or how is is there any interaction between your project at certain points and the infrastructure, or is it just sort of buried?
No, it has the straight integration into existing context. Let me just show it here. So first of all, the context is it's just a dead land, but we need to consider the existing pieces of land and the way we can reapproach them. So basically, I just use each existing piece, and like 45% of this is just not used land. And if to consider the calculations, it's like almost 12 hectares that we can reintegrate. But about the existing roads, as far as I make an assumption, then on this stage, all the vehicles will be automated. I create this plateau, as you can see. It connects both sides of the neighborhood, and also for me, it works like the way of fighting the result of the technological development, because before the roads tend to be the place where people meet and communicate with each other, make training or networking. But with the development of technology, cars start to move with the higher speed, and now this is more like a barrier between the neighborhoods. And in a way of integrating these, we reunite these two elements together. And this automated plateau works exactly for this purpose, connecting all the existing roads into one solid system.
Okay, but do the cars just go through this new environment, or are there places where people get out or get into cars, or is there any interaction, or is it just a tunnel through?
Yes, of course. This interaction is very important. As far as I was making the certain division, so all the underground levels supposed to be fully dedicated for all the automated facilities and for the transport. But in between space is supposed to be like a buffer zone where people can have access to drop off and drop off areas. Let's say here you can see that this is the connection to the upper level, and people can get down to pick up the car which can be summoned. And also, beside this, also the connection with cars can be visible here, because in my assumption that all the cars will be automated, it will also change the appearance of housing, because there will be no need to keep your car directly next to your house, as far as it will work by itself while you don't need it. So also all the parking areas for housing is integrated into the transportation system, which gives the direct access for car to leave after the user is on the place.
So the experience is you're driving through the cars driving through sort of a tunnel, and then every now and then there's openings which connect into the. Is there any images of how that looks?
I think you can see it on plan. So this is like a island, which works as this departure arrival area. So cars are just stopping next to it, and visitors can pick up the car or leave the car and go up using the ramp, which connects all the levels. So in section, you can see that these ramps goes through all the layers down, and also this place here as well. But beside this, also about the vertical connection, the appearance of the inner park was important for me, because making this straight division on the multiple levels, it was very, very important to provide this vertical connectivity. And in this case, here you can see how this ramp is kind of like bending and covering all the facades, providing this vertical connection. This is way down to the place of departure arrival.
Mm-hmm.
My comments, Dennis, thank you. I agree with Hani's initial observation, which was the presentation was absolutely seamless, and I thought that was I think we're sort of all learning how to take advantage of moving people through a project in this format, and I think your strategy was really successful. Maybe pun intended, but I was sort of, as I slide into your project, I really loved the introduction, maybe my own personal bias, but this idea of like, architecture, infrastructure, and categorizing it in the city in terms of like the long line, the high line, et cetera. Like, when I look at your project, there's a lot of adjectives that you're using to describe what it'll be like to be there. It'll be very pleasant. It'll be very efficient. And those types of things. I'm wishing that you would almost observe your own project the way you did the analysis of the initial ones. And the name is only a small part of it, but is this, is it the seamless line? Is it the hidden line? Again, the name's not necessarily the important part, although it usually helps me to kind of remind myself that I then need to describe those qualities. Like once I name it, it sort of asks that I begin to assign certain qualities and how things become pleasant and efficient. And I think your competence is super high. I'm sure you've thought about a lot of these things, but I think even some of these initial questions are kind of probing into the, like, can you show me, right? And I think that my major kind of notes that I was taking here was like, I'm a little bit skeptical whether it's a student or an architect or a master planner tells me about a project by telling me how wonderful it will be, when I actually want to know, like, what about the tilt? Like, you've kind of got these large kind of plug-in. I love how you think of it sort of as this kind of almost like product design, right? These things will sort of plug in, but there's these major design moves that you've made that I think would be not just that I need the rationale that maybe Sanford was talking about earlier, although maybe I do, but there's also, I think if you began to describe some of those major decisions, I think we would get additional insight into how you think about developing architecture at this moment as you speculate into the future. And I think it would, it might be helpful if you also start to think about, what are the consequences of this design, not just the benefits of it, right? I mean, this is a context of an academic environment. I think thinking about this massive proposal or what it would be like if we start to build inside of highways, I think is something that I think you would just gain a lot of credibility if you also talked about, like, what are the new types of drawbacks like that are going to occur. That's kind of one set of questioning. The other one is much shorter, which is just that, there seems to still be kind of like a fetishizing of the car, even though I think not only will how we move around change, which I think you've done a good job talking about, but my sense is how often we need to move around might also change. And so I think that that's something that also could get layered into how you talk about this. I think that you've created a place that, maybe people wouldn't need to leave that often. And I'm not sure if that's what it seems like you're not saying that, but when you make a massive complex like this and I can live there, I could potentially work there, I could get things delivered there. Like, I'm just trying to think like, I kind of want to know what it's like more to be there than it is how I leave and arrive, because that might happen like fewer times.
Yeah. First of all, thank you. I'm sorry.
For me, Dennis, the weak point in your project is when you say land is sparse and expensive in Silicon Valley, and that's why you picked this spot. Somehow I think there needs to be a better argument for that, because actually that's wrong. It's its biggest problem is there's so much land that everybody spends a lot of time in their cars because they live in one place and work in another. And I think Kristy's right. If you were to say, this is more of like a 15-minute city or a live, work, play city, and you're trying to integrate housing with work, with sports, with schools, with all that stuff, is a way of keeping people from living in, say, Mountainside and then commuting to Redwood City. You're going to say, look, everybody's going to live here in Cupertino where they work. And who cares about the freeway? It doesn't need light and view. I mean, they're just stupid cars. I think your biggest problem is your fixation on the automobile. It's odd. And I don't think you have to be fixated on the automobile because you're on an overpass. But it's tricky. I mean, there's something there that I'm not quite getting your sensibility or your vision for, and I think that's what a lot of the comments are about, is this vision a commuter vision where you're going to, want a $150,000 loaded Tesla and you're going to be proud of your car and spend a lot of time in it. And this is a place where your car comes to you and takes you away. And this is an automotive city. or is this a walkable, live, work, play city? And I don't think those two things are particularly compatible. They're for me anyway, a little bit confusing. And I'm more interested in it as integrating housing, living, and working and recreation in a kind of a mega project than I am in the automobile aspect of it.
I think you could even say that there is a remarkable untimeliness in the spirit of this project, which is in many ways a celebration of mobility and of transportation, whereas it may have occurred to you, but for the last 12 months, nobody has been going anywhere. You may say this is an accident, and it is, but since you start with a vast geopolitical extrapolation of trends and tendencies, it is evident, even if we don't, or you don't share the ecologic mandate, and that's a matter of choice, evidently, but regardless, it is evident, there is a consensus that in the future, we shall travel less, not more, and that we shall need less and less mechanical transportation because we shall use more and more electronic transmission. You may have noticed, but you're not in Vienna, I'm not in Vienna, and yet we are having a Crete. And this is, of course, a consequence of the contingency. But even when we go back to normal, my uneducated guess is that some of these Cretes will keep being kept on Zoom because they cost so much less and because they are more environmentally sustainable. So the idea to celebrate, and besides, you say that all these automobiles are electric, but when we move, and possibly self-driving or autonomous vehicles, but when we move to this new paradigm, perhaps the mode of vehicular transportation will change dramatically. And you mentioned that in your introduction, even though you don't seem to take the consequences of your own premises in your own conclusions. When every vehicle will be a self-driving vehicle, we probably will not need to own it, and we certainly will not need to park it because it will keep running all the time. And so, whereas cars today are parked 80% of the time, an electric self-driving vehicle, like a New York cab today, is on the road 24 hours a day, which means it never needs a parking. So these are complete, even from the point of view of mechanical transportation and its management, there is an extrapolation of current trends into the immediate future, which you probably would need to revise.
Thank you very much for your comment. May I say one sentence about this site, because it was a very interesting comment from Greg Lynn about the location, that it might be not successful for this kind of project. But for me, my intention was to pick this site to make the project completely siteless, to show that this is a prototype and this is the strategy that might be applicable in kind of like any city which suffers of these type of problems. And about the comment of that automation and the development of technology will make even more barrier between us, I think that it's a little bit controversial, because this city is already suffering because of the existence of the corporations, and they really have a living crisis and the crisis of infrastructure for the cars.
You know, it's interesting. I think the mobility reading of this project is a complete misunderstanding, and I don't know if that's because, Dennis, you set it up that way, or because that's what everybody kind of sees first and foremost by virtue of you covering the highways. But I have to say something. I have a weird throwback here in memory of a project which I'm sure a couple of you on the jury are going to remember and probably be astonished to hear again mentioned. But Ax Runo, Baram Shardel, 1989, 87, 88, 99, whenever I did the Steel Cloud, their proposal for the LA freeway and for repairing Los Angeles and connecting Koreatown with downtown and covering the highway was essentially this project. It was done, 3 decades ago without an understanding of, there was no electric car in sight. There was the fossil fuel looked like it was going to stay forever. There were a lot of problems, but trying to repair this sort of what was called at the time the fissures and the cuts and the no man's land of the Hollywood freeway in that case, and slicing through Los Angeles was really kind of amazing and interesting and way ahead of its time, and the way that they handled it. So I'm just really, I never talked to you about it, Dennis. I never referred to Bahram. I just didn't want you to even know it existed, that project. But to see a really intelligent, savvy, knowledgeable student like Dennis take this on and produce this kind of reparation, I find fascinating. I mean, I'm looking at this project from, if this were presented backwards and we didn't even know what really happens to the cars in the freeway, whether they park or not park, whether they, it's a park, you have a stadium, you've knitted the fabric, you've actually, in many ways, to Mario's point, you've eliminated the need to drive anywhere, because this is a community which could exist by virtue of not needing the car anymore, and it could be a very interesting post-COVID kind of live work urbanism. Anyway, very cool, very well done, very well executed, and great review.
By the way, I just looked it up. It's Apple headquarters has 175 acres of green space and trees, and 11,000 parking spaces underground. 11,000.
What's going to happen to those 11,000 spaces, do you think?
Yeah, I mean, it is because everybody commutes. Nobody lives where they work. I mean, the one thing that drives that need is the fact that nobody lives in Cupertino where they work at Apple. So, I mean, that's why I like the housing part of it, and it seems very.
Well, there's another aspect to this. Which Dennis didn't sort of talk about too much, but it comes from his pre-thesis work, which is the plug and play prefab sort of integration and the obsolescence aspects of this project that he's kind of built in an urbanism which he feels, or at least he presented, that you could effectively repair and replace continually. And I always asked him, where are the cranes and the robots running on the roofs of these discs that would be, reconfiguring this thing according to different needs? And that's part of, he did a lot of work on that last semester. Anyway, any last comments from any of you? Because I think we're done with my students for today and we're going to have a quick break. But go ahead, Kristy, you want to say something, I think?
Oh, no, I was just agreeing with I also made some comments about sort of wanting the gantries and, these sort of supersized window washers in a way would be a huge part of the aesthetic here. I think, Dennis, you did give us some insight to that. So I think that would for sure be a part of this. And I think it does seem really smart, your kind of references of the massive product design that has sort of changed the world coming out of this area. And you're sort of thinking about how that might work in an architectural context and thinking about how those things would be broken down into these kind of more seamless. So I'm thinking seamless lines. I think for a lot of reasons, that's that would be the name that puts you in the lineage that you've set up. But anyway, no, I was just going to say thank you. It was a great set of projects, Hani.
The pedant in me feels obliged to say one more thing. Obviously, I'm listening to Greg, I'm listening to Mario, and just the people who I thought would be telling me about this stuff. Now, I'm not reading all that much these days, but I happen to have read in the last 48 hours or so, or maybe it's something I saw online, 2 articles, both of which were fascinating, but are clearly, they really ring extremely true. Number one is an article 2 days ago in the New York Times, basically saying how the whole Silicon Valley, the whole urbanization project that has been going on for the last 10 years has been massively now switched gears because everybody's moving away to places like Florida, Texas, Oregon, and New York, surprisingly. All of those people are leaving, and the whole problem that has been experienced, the trauma of the last 5 or 6 years with that model of, let's just say, 11,000 potential car owners working and then coming in and out of Silicon Valley. They claim that this has changed definitively, and these companies are already massively reorganizing and restructuring for these changes because they say it is not going back. Number 2 is I had to buy a car for COVID. There was no way out, first time in 30 years. And of course, I considered it a Tesla. And what was fascinating about the Tesla model at the time, I didn't know at the time, but it was revealed to me 2 days ago what the rationale was. you know, I could release a Tesla for almost nothing. The only problem is you couldn't buy it at the end of the 3 years. I wondered about that. I couldn't understand why it was that they wanted to hang on to all their cars. About a week and a half ago, the solution was presented, and that is that what they're doing is they're getting us to pay for the production of an absolutely immense fleet of ultimately robotic cars that will be on the road, that will be self-driving, and that they want them all back because they are, frankly, it's a brilliant model. They are changing the entire economy. He will, I mean, it's a brilliant thing. He's going to change the entire economy of car ownership. And he basically sees it as there will be no more car ownership. There will be this perpetual system. These cars don't even need to be parked because they're going to be used continuously through through a dial-up system that goes way beyond Uber. In a sense that everybody will be moving all the time. They'll just be jumping into this massive fleet of robotic cars that will replace virtually all of the, there'll be no reason to own a car anymore because you'll be able to just order up a car with an app, jump in and get taken to where you're going. So in a certain sense, the entire economy of the automobile, which we've all been talking about endlessly for 100 years, I believe has actually crossed the threshold of the ultimate transformation. Now, the urbanism, I think, is fascinating now. So you have to say, when I look at this project, I realize, okay, so gases, I mean, noxious gases, acoustic pollution, but the total integration, shall we say now, of a four-wheel entity into the system, it's suddenly, I don't know, for me, the whole thing came together when I saw this project, when I got the answer to my first question, is that the answer was electric. I suddenly realized there was, in fact, an economic model, a massive economic model that has finally reached the maturation to meet this concept of electric.
Fantastic. Nice way to close that, and absolutely fantastic. Okay, great. Great. Thank you very much, all four of you, and Dennis in particular. Thank you.
Quick question to the jury: how much time would you need?
10. How about we go 10 minutes? So we start.
Did I?
But Sabina, did you order schnitzel for everybody on Grubhub? Are we getting schnitzel?
For us? No.
No, it's coming by drone because Sanford's going to tell us.
Okay, question to the jury.
That's the little hot dogs we used to get. Come on, guys.
What's that? Sorry, Sabina, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Can you hear me? No.
Yeah, now we hear you. No, now we don't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Now, yes.
Oh, sorry, there was something on my computer. Just a quick question to the jury. The break, how long would you like to make it?
10 minutes?
10.
10 minutes, fine for everyone? So,
yeah.
So we started
7:15.
7:15, okay? Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right. Well, welcome back, everybody. We're going to start with Margot. Margot, you ready to go?
Yes, I do.
All right, all yours.
All right. So, hello, everyone. My name is Margot, and I'm happy to start the second part of today's show. And I'm going to talk about investigation of augmented reality and its effect on architecture design. And I would like to start my presentation with the short video with the physical model I designed showing my progress. So, augmented reality technologies becomes popular because it's interesting and because it allows us to see the digital content within the physical environment, which never happened before. But what are the augmented reality applications for now in terms of the space? So currently, applications of augmented reality designed an additional space to the physical environment. So the physical space always goes first, the main actor of the scene, and augmented reality just needs to adapt. Augmented reality becomes popular in architecture too, and there are a couple ways of using the AR in terms of like construction and engineering. But I'm more interested on the impact of the augmented reality on the architectural design. So as a program for my diploma, I chose a museum. Museums was always the place was exhibiting AR and certain atmosphere. And now it's a time for the new art and new media to be presented. And as an architect, I investigate new solutions of how to do that. So my ambition is actually to design the architecture space with a physical and virtual environment, which are designed simultaneously, and how they affect each other. And I rely on the idea of hybridization of the physical and virtual content in order to create immersive experience. So to explain better what's the immersion I mean, I would show you the project by Studio Drift called Concrete Storm. This is an exhibition where the real existing concrete blocks are actually placed within the space and all the upper part is just augmented. So the presence of the real existing physical blocks, which you can actually touch, creates the immersion and gives the understanding that something you see is actually real. So I rely on the principles of how we interact with the environment in my project, and the way how we interact with the physical environment is pretty obvious. So we see the stair or the door, and we immediately understand these architectural signs as a possibility of going up or entering. But what about the digital environment? So when we, for interaction with digital environment, we always need a device, and different device, it's a different way of interaction. If we're wearing the headset, we always constantly keep on track, like we're interacting with the environment. But what if we investigate in the augmented reality with our phone or tablet? In this way, we need kind of to search for the content. So in my project, I investigate how I can create an architectural language in order to guide the user within the space. So the way the environment communicate with the user is architectural sign, and these architectural signs are implemented as a forms given to user hint where to search. This architecture becomes communicative. So the first step I took in my project was the exercise. I created the space where the augmented reality and physical reality are combined in the different ways, where I just kind of create ideas. And implementing this task, I realized that basically for carrying the augmented reality content within a physical space, first of all, we need to avoid a free space, like a gap. So after this step, the most interesting ideas was taken as the main design paradigm. So one space, three experiences. There are three different environments combined in a one physical space in my project. And every environment is defined by the way how user interacts with the space. So the first way is quite typical one, it's how we perceive a normal architectural environment currently. The second one is when an architecture shapes, the augmented reality stuff appears, and then we can see some additional environment. And the third one is when the architectures become movable, dynamic, and some architecture shapes are flying in the air, and the boundary between physical and virtual just blurring. So talking about the building itself, major part of the building is the atrium with a circulation path through it. And the visitor begins his journey from the first floor with the big hall open space, taking the elevator up and moves down through the huge vertical system as it would be a roller coaster. On the main columns, a few levels are landed, and the space is strung together by communication path. Different color of the spaces corresponds to different areas and different functions with the open and enclosed exhibition areas. On the lower and upper floor, the auditoriums are located, and those are pointed toward the center to give the opportunity to experience some 3D augmented reality content. One of the methods of communication is incompleteness of architecture shapes. And on the upper level, the incomplete space is located. So the space designed the way that different architecture elements create the gaps. So you can see the columns can be just replaced partially by the digital content that can be movable and interactive. Architecture shapes actually have gaps, which is actually leading the user through the space and gives the hint where to look for the augmented reality content. So the immersion in the space actually begins when the user wears the headset. This way, the architecture shapes become interactive. So the column you see has a physical basement and physical upper part, and as soon as the user approaches to this column, it becomes fall apart, showing a different kind of database, like information, exhibits, etc. So in order to design the environment for digital exhibition, we might increase not only the amount of the void, but also the surface area. This space is fulfilled with the capsule shapes geometry called convex space. In the convex space, all the surface is just basically turned into convex one. Those that haven't functioned of the showcases, pop up from the floor, and designed into walls or windows where the digital exhibits are placed. Some convex shapes are broadcast in the digital projections as this comic book, and some are just popping up from the walls, given as a hint in order to where to look for the content. Also, the immersion begins when user wears the headset. So this way he observes some different augmented reality content from the real existing shapes, which are designed exactly for that. And the immersive experience begins and achieved by the way when the real physical objects are basically duplicated by the digital ones, creating dynamic atmosphere and interactive way of exhibition. So as you probably know, XR technology depends a lot on the recognition function. And in order to improve this, I fulfilled the interior with the very bright and colorful and different kind of the patterns. And also in terms of geometry, the space is highly differentiated. So as I mentioned, the gaps and openings are the way the communication between the user and the space. And the architectural forms might be not only incomplete in order to have a gap, but also designed in order to get to be displayed. So the space with the voids is designed as a set of the modular spaces where this bright yellow spots just actually a hint to the user where to look with the content. And the user is able to interact with the content, to zoom it, to kind of like almost touch it in order to perceive a digital environment better. And the immersion begins when the architectural shapes actually become movable. They still carry the AR content, which makes the exhibition, again, interactive and dynamic. So far, we haven't been any connection between physical and the digital content. Everything that moves stays visual only, skipping one architectural element in a row in order to place their digital one. We raise the immersion. With augmented reality technologies applied to the architecture, architecture has a potential to be changed and become a rigid hybrid between the physical and virtual environment. And architecture in the world where we use AR on the daily basis is actually built to carry a new kind of media and to show it in the most impressive way. Thank you.
I guess I could start if anybody want me to start.
Go ahead, Hani, and then I'll jump in.
Oh, if you're ready, go ahead.
I'm not sure if I'm totally ready, but I feel like we should jump in. I'm processing a bunch.
I mean, I guess what I just want to say quickly to is it Margarita? I can't see your name now.
Yes.
Yeah. No, I just want to say that very impressive actually, and I think we've seen a lot of these kind of attempts at integrating AR with built environments and physical space, but the level of ambition here that you've sort of shown is actually quite extraordinary, because it's not just simply enough to augment something according to, I guess, some sort of gimmick, but rather that the entire place is transformable and has all these layers of augmentation that are possible. I guess I've got some sort of boring questions like, is this for artists to do whatever they want in, or is everything sort of prescribed to them according to the parameters that you set up? Because, for example, on the column breakdown idea, that would be obviously it's coming from that other source, and it's an intention. Some other places are more open to almost a crypt of AR projects that could sort of find themselves into cubes and walls. So I mean, you've covered a lot of bases, and there are moments here also when I thought I was just in some incredibly cool nightclub as opposed to a museum. So I guess there's a number of sort of nuanced questions there. I guess not a real question. I just wanted to understand a little more of your intention. Is it really like a museum in the old sense of the word that people are invited to exhibit and do things, or is it in fact a very prescribed place that has a kind of already, like the cartoon place, for example, has already agendas and logics in place and that's where the club thing comes in. And that's not a bad reading. I mean, it's an interesting, it's just, I'm not clear on what the real story is in terms of your intention. I mean,
I would say both. Some spaces are designed in order to place there any kind of augmented reality content, so for the different artists, and maybe some can be like locally designed already, like prefabs for the building. So I would say both, because it's sometimes very hard to decide, because XR technology is just almost new, and there's not so many artists who goes for that. So I think with the more process of like how it's going to be discovered by the artist, we have more possibility in architecture how to display it.
So in other words, you're open to all kinds of interventions that you probably can't predict.
Right.
To use AR in a real way. Good answer.
I think, Margot, the issue that Hani's bringing up is a very interesting one, that you're trying to calibrate your architectural language and spaces with augmentations so that you can make those two things feel not seamless, but of one. So then the question is, what's the durability, I guess, of architecture in relationship to the durability of augmented reality? And are there some fundamental principles like grids or cubes or spheres or capsules or things like that make it more durable? Because things can, augmented objects can occupy them, and they'll be maybe, I don't know if generic is the right term, but I think that it's really a fundamental question. Is this an augmented reality generic, or is this an augmented reality specific because you want to make that connection very tight? I mean, I think that's what you've been working with the whole diploma, so it might as well get put on the table for discussion.
In fact, I was having the very same kind of question. I was bouncing between the specificity and the generic and the disco effect, and also in relation with the content itself. Actually, I was hoping you to talk a little bit more about the architectural moves that you made, which are pretty interesting, really tall, high floors, with kind of a structure, kind of cladding, which is not corresponding to it, perforations, structural elements that are like not looking like structural elements, and how they could be relating with this kind of content that you're describing in here. Because this is something, for me, that's the interesting part of it, right? Not the effect, not the gadget, in a way in which the discovery of an effect is overcoming the very basic fundamental purpose of the artifact. So I believe that would be for me something to really be discussed, because you went for super bright colors. Well, yes, yeah, the increased recognition, well, contrast, increased recognition, not high colors or high pitch colors. So I believe that all these things that are unspoken, I think for me would be a great thing to be discussed. And I believe that there are like certain clues in here which are indicated that you take seriously the task of designing this thing. I wish you to be more evident and more explicit about your architectural thesis in relation with that. You spoke a little bit about it, but mostly were elements, were single pieces, single discoveries. And I believe there is in here organizationally, dimensionally, also the type of element that you choose, the tower. There were certain things in here that could have been like discussed further on. But I think it's a pretty interesting one. Yeah.
I love the moment in your film where the person takes off the glasses because they see a real piece on the floor. Pick it up and put it in there. And I think that kind of speaks to something very interesting that I wonder if you could maybe elucidate it a little bit in the scheme, which is the uncanny. The thing that the AR is bringing to the table, really, I think once we get past the gimmickry and the novelty of it, is this strange blur between reality and virtualization, right? And creating that. And the fact that the character, the guy and the student in your film, whoever it is, kind of didn't didn't believe his own eyes when he saw the piece on the floor and had to take the glasses off to look again. That's a kind of a profound moment. And I'm just curious about, where that's residing in the project here overall, because one could sort of easily get sort of, hypnotized by all the color, the graphics, the pageantry and so on. But is that something that you think is important to building a kind of museological space around this technology?
Well, I think in terms of the color and the bright design, I tried to create somehow maybe manifestation of the museum itself, because I consider it like something new. So museum becomes an exhibit itself, first of all. So I think that's why I choose this kind of design. Is that what you mean?
No, I guess I'm just looking for that weird moment when you realize that you had an experience that you weren't quite sure was real or virtual. It's funny because in some ways I look at this and I go, wait a minute, I've seen this place before. It's like, it reminds me of every art biennale that I've been to in Venice that I've just gotten tired after a while of walking around. And it just becomes like this delirium of expressions, right? That's on the one hand. And the other thing I keep thinking about is Damien Hirst. Damien Hirst, when he first did the split cow and the split lamb and did those projects in formaldehyde with the shark and so on, that's kind of AR, right? It's sort of anticipatory of what you're describing here. And there's that strange, uncanny sense one had when you look at a cow cut in half in formaldehyde, and then you walk outside and you either have lunch and you eat a cow, or you see something in the field. And that's what's amazing. And I think you kind of are capturing it in this project. It's strangely, like I keep thinking, what would it be like to spend an hour in here and then find yourself on the street? I mean, that's the kind of thing I'm curious about.
Not to forget the title, AR architecture. Has someone used it before you, or is it your invention?
No, I think it's just a wordplay with AR and architecture. So
the first to come up with it, right? AR architecture. If no one else has used before you, you should patent it, right?
ARE.
I think that Margarita, like this is like really beautiful. It took me a minute to kind of wrap my head around it. Maybe I'm like the student who kind of needs to take the glasses off once or twice that Hani is referencing in terms of like, wait, what is, what is, like maybe like Greg said, what aspects here are generic and sort of, I think, kind of brilliant because of that, and what aspects are you sort of really overlaying a certain sensibility, whether it's in color and texture or perhaps also in geometry. And I think that the fact that you're teetering between those two realms, I think shows that this is definitely a mature project for this type of work, because I'm always longing in these presentations to hear a lot of things like you said, like the architecture would offer hints, for example, right? Or I think at another moment you indicated that you recognize that as you would design, and I might be misreading or mishearing some of these things, but as you design between the sort of physical realm and the virtual realm, this need for gaps, I think was useful. And I think for me, that's then like territory of kind of, even though we could say, a gap is, could be a synonym to a threshold or a transition, et cetera, but we don't often think about walking through architecture and engaging and needing and requiring gaps, right? They're there, but we don't design them in. We don't give them a place within the architecture that is equivalent to maybe the rooms and spaces and surfaces themselves. And so I think the fact that you're talking about this, moving us through the building, and you're kind of wowing us with the kind of sensation that you hope would happen, or that we would receive in this space, you also seem to be carefully calculating the discussion about a particularity of convex type of spaces at different scales, the need for gaps, the need for these hints. And I think that's as all of these, hopefully diplomas are just like the basis for continued study. I think my interest or bias might be in wanting to unpack those things, right? That I think your interest here is really clear in terms of a particular sensibility and a particular like environment you want to create. But I actually would love it if there was like a zoom in to sort of understand, like, what does a gap in architecture look like? What's it made of? Is it in terms like versus like a gap today, which is basically usually just something that gets hidden with like caulk. It's like when you think of a gap now, you think of like elements coming together and getting kind of glued together with caulk. And I think you mean it in a very different way, although you might be referencing some of the ways that we put things together in the past. So I think that would be the territory that I would kind of continue working on. I do think there's just, in terms of sensibility, there definitely seems to be, there seems to be like a heavy reference on, Sotsas perhaps, or a particular, this sort of like there's like a 80s vibe in here. And I think that for me, and maybe this is intentional, this teetering between the kind of brilliance of maybe this is generic and you could present this presentation in a way that it would have the same geometry, the same organization, but would look completely different. And or, that moment of like, I'm not sure how much you're kind of owning, saying that like a museum of this type at this moment wants to have particular references to kind of graphic and color sensibilities of a particular period. And if there's an intention there that it sort of has those references.
Wow. Let me say this. First, an apology. I missed the presentation, but I'm enjoying the flow of imagery, and especially everything that Kristy just described or analyzed and explained. It answered almost everything, every thought that I had. And it got nicely sorted. I thought it was pretty well sorted. I just wanted to add one more thing from the point of view of a theorist. And that is the following, that in a project like this, again, I didn't hear the presentation, so I don't know whether the augmented reality or the virtual reality or was conceived as merely a tool for presentation or a tool for design, or whether there was the intended idea that these modalities were in fact things to be considered either already or very soon as actually parts of the environment that it is our job as designers to explain. And now I didn't say integrate, I said explain. So what I'd like to say is I'm going to go on the assumption that this presentation tacitly assumed that these that the maturation, shall we say, of these modalities are going to become concrete aspects of our environment, urban environment, object environment, and architectural, so space environment. So having said that, the idea is simply this. There seems to me to be two completely separate domains here that would require separate understanding. One is the purely formal side, which I just described, which is super important. And the other one, of course, I guess, is the, God, what were the categories I had in my head? They were a little clearer before I started confusing myself with my own talking. There is the, I don't know what to say, maybe the semantic side, maybe, everything that has to do with the color, the grammar, the syntax. Kristy very nicely identified it with some of the Italian, I don't know what to call it. What do they call those guys? What were those guys doing?
Memphis.
Well, yeah, the Memphis look, but I was going to say the general movement, our architectural movement, there is a bit of a postmodernist type of thing. So what I wanted to say is that, we have two different things operating here that I find really of concern, of interest. One is the deployment of style. Now, who knows whether Mario would like to say, though he's probably got a horse in this race, he would say this was nostalgia, or mere nostalgia. Other one would say is the contemporary generation, the online generation, does not necessarily see stylistic things as anything more as historical, but rather simply as free-floating, I don't know what to say, look and feel, archive. But what really also matters is to realize that something much deeper is also being worked out in terms of creating environments like this. And the question is does the aesthetic obscure the underlying ones? And the sense about the underlying ones, they're not necessarily happy ones. I mean, there may be things that should be thought through, but I think that I see this stuff happening in schools all the time. And I think they should be pulled apart and given their own domain of operation so that they call forth separate, let's say, forms of explanation. I see a lot here to engage as a theorist.
So I think we could keep going, but we can't because we're now pushing 45 minutes. So we should go. I believe Michael is next. The one thing I would say is everybody's putting their finger on it. And for me, I love the physical model with the augmentation on it. The texture mapped, rendered, the rendered animations of what it would be seem to be the big enemy because it's too hard to sort out what's syntax and grammar and what's style. And I mean, I know those are very old school distinctions, but for me, the physical model with the augmented elements are very much about syntax. And then these renderings are very much about style. And I do think they're two separate things. And I'm hugely impressed with the syntax argument.
Sorry, something super short, because I totally agree. I was all the time thinking that the best moment is the physical model because it's a real physical entity and then the augmented reality. Just that. And congratulations.
Thank you.
Thanks, Cristina. Okay, so I believe, Michael, you're up next.
Yep.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, Margot. So we're back to the California wilderness.
Yeah, back to the suburbs. All right, well, thanks everybody for being there. I'd like to introduce you to my diploma work called Rancho Cucamonga Dude Ranch. So the ambition of Rancho Cucamonga Dude Ranch is to blend the civic functions of the boulevard with those of agricultural tourism and to renew architectural typology. This new typology of the boulevard, a hybrid of architecture, transit infrastructure, landscape design, emphasizes these disciplines' common quality of circulation to derive networks of urban amenity and cultural attraction. In doing so, this new typology aims to enrich both the quality of living and potential for architectural complexity within the suburbs. Rancho Cucamonga Dude Ranch leverages the liminality of the suburbs to invite qualities from both cities and farms, providing mobility and civic amenities to the surrounding community, activating multi-species experiences. By bringing a dude ranch into town.
Supposed to be looking at work.
Michael, there's no presentation, Michael.
Oh,
we don't see anything yet.
We were enjoying watching you read, but we really wanted to see.
You are co-host, so you can.
There you go. I thought it was just my computer.
Can you all see the screen now?
Yes.
Sorry about that. Let's just jump back into it then. So Rancho Cucamonga leverages the liminality of the suburbs to invite qualities from both cities and farms, providing mobility and civic amenities to the surrounding community, activating multi-species experiences. By bringing a dude ranch into town, this typology proposes an alternative model for multi-species community building and urban agricultural tourism close to home. So my overall focus is on the suburbs, typologically as an alternative locus to develop a new model for civic circulation and amenity. California, which is home to nearly 40 million people, actually only has 2 major metropolitan regions, around which we see a massive expanse of suburban sprawl. The rest of the state is occupied mostly by national parks and agricultural land, whose natural beauties are inseparable from the cultural milieu of California, yet missing from the day-to-day experience of urban inhabitants. So Los Angeles, the second largest metropolitan region in the United States, has an interesting history of blending nature, as it were, with mobility and urban attraction. Venice Beach, for example, the Coney Island of the West, was a purposeful blend of beachfront residences, of cultural attractions at the end of the freshly built train line, which ultimately set Venice apart as one of the most iconic and unique neighborhoods in Los Angeles. Which brings us to Rancho Cucamonga, one of the most remote exurbs of Los Angeles. Nearly the entire city is populated by suburban development, with 3 major highways along the city's transverse to whisk away residents to LA proper. However bleak this urban situation, Rancho Cucamonga enjoys stunning views of the San Antonio mountain range, the tallest in Southern California. Zooming into this approximately 1 square mile portion of Rancho Cucamonga, we can see that tremendous expanses of space are populated by only low density residential. In this case, we also see a school and absolutely no other urban amenities. I'm proposing to use the empty space between these developments to infuse the neighborhood with urban amenities within reach by foot, which calls into question the role of walkability. As it turns out, walkability is becoming a major concern for both developers and suburban residents. Luckily, the recipe for walkability on an urban scale is pretty simple. Within a quarter mile or 15 minutes by foot, residents need access to public transport, recreation, shops, restaurants, culture, and entertainment. These core elements are then translated into their commensurate architectural programs to be distributed across the site. These programs are a mobility hub, shops and restaurants, a surf pool, an amphitheater, and a dude ranch. Here we see these fixed programmatic elements distributed along the site. They are connected by a series of saddle and switchback geometry which create a continuous yet interwoven walkable surface. This formal strategy effectively maximizes the total walkable surface area within a fixed footprint, broadening the field of potential interaction between different people and species. By peeling the landscape into the air, circulation adjacencies and intersections are negotiated spatially, which sets the stage for a much more fluid experience of civic space, unencumbered by stoplights and zebra stripes, and open to the richly layered views of interwoven landscape and boulevard. There are 6 main personas or stakeholders: commuters, wanderers or walkers, school kids, ranchers, tourists, and farm animals. Their particular itineraries and idiosyncrasies are estimated and simulated en masse to order and identify moments of convergence and crossing at any particular formal within any particular formal iteration. The paths of personas hold within them the quantifiable metrics of distance, slope, and time, all of which are transferable to a process of architectural composition. The continuous topology of the site is functionally bound to the paths of personas, formally adapting when an ideal path and itinerary do not coincide. In this way, the continuous surface of the landscape peels up to support the circulatory needs of a diverse group of people and animals. So here are a few examples of how Rancho Cucamonga Dude Ranch may be experienced in a variety of different ways. Firstly, we have the morning commute. Presently, the experience of the commute is mediated by an individual's own car and own driveway. There's literally no other way to get to point B. However, here, the market mobility hub and parking lot provide an exchange point for social interaction and mobility transfers while en route to school or to work. Here we see a typical Saturday in the park. Tourists and locals alike meander about the site en route to a surf session, a family barbecue, to go horse riding, or just to walk the dog. The paths of animals and humans are intertwined yet discrete, imbuing a sense of shared space, maximizing adjacency, and piquing interest in a new kind of multi-species civic experience. Lastly, there's the festival or fair. The open-air amphitheater and large amount of walkable area of mixed hard and softscape provide generous infrastructure for large cultural events, drawing tourists from all over greater Los Angeles. In this way, Rancho Cucamonga Dude Ranch is capable of shifting between local amenity and cultural destination at the drop of a hat. In order to achieve this, I needed to establish a compositional feedback loop between form and motion of humans and animals. An array of switchback and saddle surfaces were aggregated within the footprint of the site to generate a single continuous surface. I then generated itineraries for different personas to test the way they'd use the site to get to where they want to go. These paths were then evaluated and used to either replace or reinforce chunks of form. With regard to the structure, the form was analyzed as a series of shelves, optimized cross-sectional depths, which were then doubled for redundancy. In order to achieve material savings for such a massive project, a network of branching, reinforced concrete ribs and fins were generated within the volume of the Karamba-optimized geometry. Only then would walkable surfaces be equipped with a slab and parapet. PV panels atop the roofs of markets and ranch buildings receive nearly 300 days of sunlight per year, generating approximately 1 million kilowatt hours of energy per annum. This is more than enough to power the entire site, with a surplus to power an additional 250 homes in the neighborhood. In this way, the boulevard is not only an amenity, but a local resource. By treating the artificial the same way an architect would treat a roof, the opportunity to harvest and store water becomes clear. A large surface area with an average about 40 centimeters of rainfall per year would catch up to 2.3 million liters of water, which could be used for local irrigation and emergency water supply in case of fire. Lastly, by peeling the landscape up and layering paths for walking outdoors, the ranch shades about 9,000 square meters of outdoor space. When paired with irrigation, the potentials of the project, the architecture has the capacity to create an artificial microclimate, extending the range of potential flora and fauna on the site. This way, the farm and boulevard coalesce to form a literal oasis in the suburbs. So, at its core, Rancho Cucamonga Dude Ranch was an attempt to find a new typology. By allowing cross-pollination between the disciplines of urban, landscape, and agricultural design, the role of architecture is cast into sharper relief. As residents and developers alike search for alternative models of urbanity and community building, it's clear that Bidler's third typology, the city, or architecture in reference to itself, is becoming stale. In its place will be a new typology of civic architecture in reference to the city and its externalities in tandem. By bringing a dude ranch into town, the typology proposes an alternative model for multi-species community building, urban agriculture, and fluid urban circulation to the benefit of all of those who walk through it. Thank you.
One just point of fact, while Michael was doing his diploma, Bill and Melinda Gates went from not owning farmland to being the largest farmland owners in the United States. And so I do think that this is very much connected to discussions of California, cars, all that stuff. And there's more of a trend towards farm and suburb, let's say, than maybe people give credit to. I mean, I think this farmland is the new autonomous car, Sanford, is a little bit what I'm saying. When Bill Gates is the biggest farmer in the United States, it should tell you something.
But one thing which is I didn't understand regarding the program, this is a kind of a theme park, which is an isolated, remoted location. People go there to see the cows, and then they go back.
This is a third the population of Vienna where people live.
So people live there?
Yeah. 200,000 people live there.
So it's a residential. installation where there is also farming going on?
So it's situated as a local amenity for approximately 1,200 local residences that are within 15 minutes by foot. But Rancho Cucamonga has 200,000 people in it. So it's aiming to be a local amenity for walkability, as well as a cultural destination.
But people live there and they farm there.
Yeah.
So it's an actual agricultural community, which additionally some people can go and visit.
Exactly.
Got it. No, then it makes more sense, because the project, the aesthetics is remarkable. But I was wondering about the program, because the idea of separating, the idea of having a park which people visit is a bit odd. Whereas the idea of having some degree of integration between farming and other kinds of residential urban activity is increasingly acceptable and actually appealing. Anecdotally, I spent the last 3 months in a chalet in the Western Alps, where with a satellite dish on the roof and satellite internet, me and my wife were working 18 hours a day, with you including. But the chalet next to ours, they actually had 1 cow in the basement, a well-behaved cow, very clean. We occasionally heard that she was, a cow. And these were actual farmers. And cohabitation was okay. It was not really the same house. It was, a separate chalet. But having a cow next door is quite okay. Probably 5 cows would have been a problem, but 1 cow was okay. It worked. It's feasible.
But Mario, I don't know what the population of Switzerland is, but the Inland Empire, which is where Rancho Cucamonga is in the center, has a population now of over 5 million people, and something like 1.5 million or 2 million commute into Los Angeles every single day. Just so you're understanding the scale. So a lot of people might drive here and then take a bus or light rail, but we're talking about millions of people that live here, not like a country land.
Yeah, would it be fair to say that it's kind of sorry that we're sort of, you've introduced Michael, on one hand, like some typologies that we know, but obviously part of your work here is that it's, I think, a layering of sort of multiple experiences in multiple building types. But I think the part of your presentation that at least you're focusing us most on is this, our ability, it might just be the kind of fly-through use, but it almost seems like a translation of the urban High Line into a more suburban neighborhood, like this destination that is walking distance to your house and would have sort of amenities sprinkled along the way, which I don't know if that's simplifying it too much, but my sense is when we start to dig deeper and Greg sort of lays out and you start to reference the kind of farming component, that part in the presentation, while I understand the context is offering that, I'm not seeing that as much in terms of what's that consequence on architecture when it's not the High Line that has benches and people drink coffee along the way. But it is a place where, again, forgive me if I'm sort of stretching here, but it would almost be like my friends that have small children in LA, they crave going to petting farms and things like that so that the kids can have access to the sort of farming and nature that might not be as accessible in a lot of places in Los Angeles. And so is there that kind of quality there, almost like a hybrid of a farm that would be a new type of zoo or way of educating and interacting? Or is it more seamless and you're no, people are walking, biking, grabbing coffee, that's what they're doing, but instead of sort of looking at kind of an interior of a mall, they are looking at farmland, and it's more just the visibility of that is going to be the overlay of that is my social sort of commentary or critique that you're laying out here. Mm-hmm.
So what I was interested at the beginning of the project was that the the zoning for farming and residential is typically done in plan at a massive scale. So it kind of takes architecture out of the question. So for me as an architect, I was thinking, how do I converge these things in space into a limited footprint? And that became this practice of the aggregation of saddle shapes and switchbacks. So it created a continuous surface that still had within it discrete paths, which could be defined by balustrades and parapets. So there's this extreme adjacency, but the physical interaction with animals is always mediated by the entrance to the actual ranch. So you enter into the stables and then you get on a horse and then you go down a riding path. But you can also be having, a barbecue 20 feet away from the cow.
Right. In some ways, it's like your architecture, your like Los Angeles example of like an English haha.
Yeah.
that like things that are sort of physically built within the landscape, like your parapet is a kind of an architectural haha. From what you just described, which I think is pretty fascinating, right? You could be sort of having a picnic next to this sort of working territory, and there would be kind of a minimal architectural or landscape component that would separate those two things. I guess maybe just as a conclusion, my thought is that maybe those zooming in on those moments of intersection might be useful, because I think as someone who's looking at this for the first time, it seems to be prioritizing this movement through, where what you just described is that there actually would be kind of very designed moments of sort of destination. And that juxtaposition of what you would experience when you're in one of those pauses of destination, I think could use a bit of a elaboration.
I want to jump in. I think it was very well explained. So congratulations on the beginning of the presentation. It was clear, concise, well structured. And I enjoyed, the very first part. I think it was like really, really commendable. I'm having more doubts about the project, and let me just express them. It's not a criticism, it's just doubts that are coming to my mind constantly. Because it seems to be a device that creates urbanity without a city and without buildings, right? So it's just this thing that is almost taking, the very essence of the street side and makes it three-dimensionally and, and walkable and without all the aspects of urbanity within here, right? For me, it was a bit of a strange disconnection of the argument with the placement of other species in the project. In a way, they were, at the end, something was like that Kristy was referring to, like the actors of a petting farm or a zoo or an animal theme park, and it was like kind of weird to see cows walking around, freely and things like that, without thinking about maybe the relationship between the thing that you constructed, these three-dimensional walkable surfaces, and the surrounding areas. I know that there's a connection between two distinct pieces of these settlements, but it would be great to understand how this could be happening actually. So following up your argument in terms of design as well. For me, I'm also having ambivalent feelings about the project, or thoughts about the project, because on the other hand, it belongs to a genealogy of projects that makes walkable surfaces and ramps and three-dimensional meshes that are like crossing through on one hand, and on the other hand, it belongs also to the typology of the mall without shops, I would say, that you're having all these kind of moments of meeting with other people, cafes, shaded areas, protected things that are, in this case, and that's pretty good news, it's not relying on artificial means, but on shading, carefully placing certain things and so on. But the moment that was more, it was more strange for me is this kind of mental cheese-like structure, which was like unspoken, and it was one of the main things that we were like looking at constantly, and the convoluted geometry that I didn't get to understand how and why, not why, in what was the purpose of these two things within the project. But I think, again, I think the project is, despite all these comments, for me was like understandable, kind of having a kind of quality to it. And in terms of the argument, it was like really well portrayed.
Michael, did you consider, because I guess it's about animals, the farming aspect, did you consider crops as an alternative, or why did you choose the animal aspect of farming instead of, for example, wine, fruit trees, whatever?
I was particularly interested in animal husbandry because of the amount of space that it requires in comparison to crops. I think there's definitely a potential for community gardens and things like that, but in terms of the pedagogical role of urban agriculture, I think it's interesting to consider cohabitation situations with animals that are, or with other creatures that are somewhat closer to us.
Okay.
I would just like to add a couple things. I see this a little differently than some of the comments, simply because I think I see Michael tapping into a massively developed historical development, one that began 30 years ago with the agriculturalization of the urban realm, and which has now proceeded in an incredibly sophisticated way as the urbanization of the farming, et cetera, et cetera. There's a million examples. California is super strong. Even a sampling of some of the documentaries and films that have come out over the last 2 years testifies to this extraordinary development. But I would say, just generally speaking, these things are super sophisticated and they can teach us a lot. Why? Because they're typically 21st century projects, very often very deeply science-based and very strongly oriented to, I would say, very sophisticated ecological thought. Having said that, any address of a contemporary farming enterprise would never separate the relationship between the animals and the plants. In other words, they're never done separately anymore, at least in this new understanding. And that usually also means engaging everything from climate, but also insect population and the cycles of fire and burning and so on and so forth. The other thing that needs to be said is a lot of it is driven by an incredible sophistication in the understanding of the relationship of landscape to flavor, and the incredible expansion of the culinary project, if you like, in the 90s and since then. Everything from the slow food movement and way, way beyond has brought the farming, let's just say the ecological understanding of everything from seeds to heritage, the DNA of the environment. And then, the wonderful studies of places like in Spain, the Dehesa Plateau, and understanding the relationship between the wild pigs, the cork trees, the chestnuts, and ultimately resulting in this exquisite jamon, the pata negra, et cetera, that comes from that area, and how it's all interdependent. There's tons of stuff written on this, millions of extremely brilliant videos. So all I'd like to say is, for me, far from being odd, this fit into what I see as a massive wave happening. And I just want to say, I just want to celebrate the fact that architects are increasingly beginning to pay attention to this whole new understanding of the environment, which can, in many cases, dispense with the old oppositions between the rural and the urban, largely because they're developing a huge amount of the handshake structure between them.
Let me add one comment to what I was saying before. In order to make it work, you must have clear ratios and proportions between the activities of the people. So do you have charts indicating how many of your residents are full-time farmers, how many are part-time farmers, and how many are not farmers at all? And then I was saying, anecdotally and naively, but I lived in the proximity of a family who had a cow in the basement that it worked fine. Yes, but that is based on an ancestral, ecological, sustainable environment, whereby for each cow, and I think it's even legislated, for each cow there has to be a given extension of pasture, which produces enough grass to feed the cow during the summer, and the house must have a place to keep the hay, which is enough to feed the cow during the winter when the pasture is covered by the snow. So there is a proportion between the pasture and the number of animals you can keep, and between the number of animals you can keep and the amount of hay you can keep under your own roof. It is all linked together. Otherwise, it becomes industrial agriculture. You must, buy the hay to feed the cow, and that is forbidden, actually. So it is a complicated physiocratic system with a very delicate balance between all the ingredients and the players in the game. And I haven't seen charts in your project, but I presume you must have them somewhere, because otherwise the system will not work.
Yeah, so I'll just pause the video here. Yeah, so the site, I mean, it was aimed at trying to produce a new typology of something that could be replicated and expand elsewhere. But for this iteration, I had to pick the right site. So the site itself is nearly a mile long, 2 kilometers, and there's roughly 20,000 square meters of just floor space for what I would assume would be a population of like roughly 50 large units of cattle or horses. Chickens need a lot less space, and they kind of can roam around. But there is also this idea that the site here is situated directly at the foothills of the San Antonio Mountains. So it's kind of a launching location for heads of cattle and horse rides that could launch out and go into the mountains, as is typically done with grazing cattle.
Yeah, there must be a physiocratic system of balances with proportion and ratios, because the system is supposed to be self-sustaining, I presume.
I mean, what's I really like about Michael's approach and his selection of the place, I just looked quickly, a third of all agriculture in the United States comes from this county, and 2/3 of the fruit and nuts in the United States comes from within about 30 miles of this. So it's a very, in terms of agribusiness and also local farms, it's highly productive. But a lot of these farms get turned into these developments that are all called ranches. Like Rancho Cucamonga is one, but Ontario Ranch, and Michael's found a whole bunch of them. But there's no connection to that agriculture. So I think the Dude Ranch is a place where city people go to reconnect with agriculture. And I think the idea that Michael can dude up this residential neighborhood as a walkable place, I think is very fitting for the larger geography. So I wouldn't want to limit this to just the 1,200 homes, but look at it in a larger geographical context of maybe 20 or 30 kilometer radius, and understand that this is connecting to that at a little bit larger scale than just like some sustainable co-op or a commune or something. Because it really is like, millions of people live here, but also a huge amount of produce is generated here. But that density of produce and people never meet. They're always, kind of exclusive. All right, I think we should move on. Michael, really very clear presentation of a very complex interest of yours. So nice.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so, all right, we're gonna then next have Simon, and then we're gonna end with Georg. So Simon, are you ready to go?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, we're ready.
You are already co-host, so you could share your screen.
Yeah, no, I just, I think you have to see the model just getting into place currently. So, and then I'm gonna start the presentation right away. So.
I'm intrigued.
Yeah, that's a COVID generated model, which wasn't easy for poor Simon.
I wonder if it's like going to pop up from behind it. Oh no, it's gone. All right.
All right, gonna start.
Oh, there it is.
Hello, everyone. My name is Simon HIRTZ, and I welcome you to my diploma thesis, ACT, Artificial Planetary. ACT is a prototypical investigation of gradients. The current climate change discourse has filtrated every aspect of our society, and in doing so has heightened our sensibility towards the natural environment. Arising the question of what and how architecture, the urban fabric, and specifically the climate change discourse will evolve and change in the near future. ACT aims to rethink the relationship of natural and artificial realms in an all-interior. It seeks to establish a self-defined interior context, which enables a new nature to nurture gradually from the inside out, ultimately resulting in a new cultural identity based on a local climate discourse. I would like to promote the contextual shift away from current dependence, provoking a polyvalent interior habitat where prevailing exterior conditions are not the predominant context anymore. The project's relevance should not cover only one site, as my concern was rather a whole climate zone. This means I did decide on a particular location, but only to study environmental data and state-of-art methods to direct and cover my climate strategies. Doha in Qatar lies inside the latitude of 10 to 30 degrees north of the equator, an extremely hot and arid zone with temperature peaks up to 46 degrees Celsius and northern trade winds. As Doha promotes an active role towards climate change actions, it does face the threat to surpass the livable threshold by already 2071. They even air-condition the outside, and the current development of high-rise buildings still features glass facades facing south. On it, the building industry's product portfolio of shading systems. This industry-driven atomization, in my opinion, undermines the architectural potential, and it seems we sometimes simply forget that the actual interiorized, alive objects, meaning us and plants, are the most adaptive systems of all. Therefore, I strongly promote architectural design based on profound analytics of nature and its immersive phenomenons to overcome the coherent technification of a globally standardized architecture. The conceptualization and production of closed systems and its relationship to nature has been strongly linked to architecture, design and engineering in the 20th century. It has been strongly discussed also, for example, by Buckminster Fuller's Manhattan Dome, Rainer Banham's environmental bubble, or House Rucker Coe's Piece of Nature. Today we can refer to an indoor generation, a 24/7 society where inside seems to be the exclusive destination. A building acting between climate zones boasts an architecture of gradients, away from the classical international style of the past 100 years, away from buildings you could place everywhere in the world, and towards a local identity again. By partially turning the world outside in, by not only enclosing but environing the realms, we would establish our own natural context as an active architectural element. A hard boundary blocks out prevailing outside conditions, as the only necessary negotiation concerns sun and wind. Inside, we open up our sealed containers for a sensoric spectacle of physical immersion by all existing realms. This gives the possibility for an oscillating living between various climatic conditions. ACT is a high-rise of roughly 140 meters height, featuring 15 unique levels which differ between 1,500 to 4,000 square meters on one level. The tower environs 262-story habitats and thus accommodates around 500 to 700 people. Entering the building through the northern core, where the main vertical circulation takes place, elevators lift you up into height. Some of the levels are vertically disrupted by large atriums and connected by ramps, ensuring an internal circulation towards a larger whole of communities. As the majority of levels are considerably standardized slabs with a height of 6.40 meters, the top sky level with nearly 40 meters height invites for an extraordinary spatial experience on top. The tower is closely designed and follows an energy concept where prevailing warm winds are caught by ducts sitting on the northern side. Before entering the building, they would get preconditioned as the resulting cool and dry air falls through the tower's height, where it transforms to a kind of natural ventilation courtyard. As it's connecting to the habitat sitting on its perimeter, airflow accesses the private comfort zones, before it's reaching a natural realm of mixed air, immersing each platform. The mixed air would finally rise into the sun-heated cavity facade, where the provoked stack effect would draft the air out of the tower again. You can grasp the three major parts of the tower in this displayed drawing, which I very much dedicate to my interest and scope of work in this thesis. The actual environing envelope was my primary concern of how to deal with such an extreme climate, but also what could be established internally by this envelope. In the following, we explore together each of these architectural elements much closer. The semicircular sun shield is a gigantic cavity wall and acts not only as a facade, but also as a passive shading element. It mediates the sun with its particular geometry and the cone-shaped holes in it. The northern winds enter the building through ducts in the otherwise straight glass facade, and then get spatialized into a shell, which twists itself through all the levels, delivering fresh air to the habitats. Where sun and airflow meet, the habitats are surrounded by a natural landscape, which follows the spatial wind shell and varies on each platform. I was exploring the sun thoroughly, and as proof of concept, I constructed the sun even inside my apartment to test sun paths directly on the physical model. I show you now the result of my sun studies in two different diurnal courses of the sun. During cold season, where sun is desired inside, it shines in deeply and even cuts through the levels of the tower. In the warm season, the sun needs to be blocked out, and as you can observe, it stays outside as only the cone's cover is illuminated. As you can see in the visualization, there was a strong intention to block out sun from the south, having a rather opaque facade, as on the other hand, the northern side is cut straight and glazed to ensure enough light during the day. The colored cones place an idea of a clock, where four colors immerse the internal experience, assuring the ability to still sense time through the sun's movement. These cones were a study of which sun I can actually have inside the building without overheating it. The radiation on the left shows its tendency to keep itself cool by getting more slim to the bottom, as on top the area is enlarged for energy production. On the right you see a study of direct sunlight areas, as I was interested to see seasonal differences. The roof's light tilt splits and directs prevailing winds to flow either downwards, into the wind ducts, or upwards, across the smooth form to reduce pressure loads. On the bottom, a shaped hill would ensure a wind column entry, as it's splitting the wind to the sides, leading it into a plinth which drives air upwards, additionally supporting the cavity facade. As prevailing winds get dried and cooled by an absorption chiller inside the ducts, air is spatialized by a simulated particle system. And we see this here, much like an overview of how this shell twists itself through space and organizes every level anew. So basically, each time you step outside the main circulation core, you would have to reorient yourself towards habitats, plazas or spots in the various landscapes, each of them even having a vastly different atmosphere based on time and the position of sun and the respective cones. When you watch closely, you also can find the gap between the floor slabs to the inner facade. This ensures further that the subject matter, in this case sun and air, are always in motion and never isolated in a simple slab. Everything is immersed and in touch. The following top view shows again a good overview of the three integrated climatic conditions and the vast space being offered by the various platforms. The often mentioned habitats are not part of an actual design language, but rather an exercise of generating variations based on the wind shell's geometry as they always sit on its perimeter. They are rather to be understood as habitat areas.
So the tower stands for the acknowledgement of man's artificial environments as nothing that we experience inside nor outside from enclosed conditioned space has been left untouched and can thus be seen as another nature, not even a climate. Since we are able to restore the richness of natural climates inside, with human, non-human, and nature at its center, I am convinced that the transitioning of climate zones is going to play a major role in how we orient future building strategies and recode the term contemporary architecture. This consequently sets production of climate and the built environment back into a major architecture discourse of metabolism and the thought of shelter. Thank you. I'll just leave you now with, so to say, after moving the model, and would invite you all, of course, to the discussion.
So I can start with a question. You mentioned everything, but not a structure. What can you explain?
Right. Yeah, I would.
In terms of structure.
I would go for this back into the axonometry, as like the Kern analysis was not coming along. There were some difficulties with this. But I will just elaborate on the methods and the concept that I had for this. I mean, it was also applied onto the model, obviously. You basically can see here on the left that this cavity facade has an inner facade, a semicircular inner facade, which is structural, and this is holding up all the platforms with horizontal beams, which are tied back to a center point of the core. It's much like a clam, so to say, and there you have basically a point load down into the fundament, which is also semicircular in the front, and is then with a pile foundation, which is about 40 meters deep in the ground. On top, you'd obviously have like arches as beams, as the height of the 40 meters need to be somehow structurally and geometrically aligned. That this makes sense.
Yeah, by the way, why did you just choose this kind of arches, or what is the architectural background for these structural elements?
Yeah, no, the idea was, of course, that when you are in an old interior all the time, you would need such a space where you once have a really high ceiling. It's nearly like an artificial sky at some point, but that's the place where you would like to be time by time when you're inside of this tower. So the shell, by the way, otherwise it's not working, but the shell is like stiffening out all the platforms in between. it's not really load bearing, but it's stiffening it out. Like with these elements.
Yeah, I agree. That's
right.
And then in the section, some floors slabs had a height which I do not understand. What is this to create a landscape, and then what kind of material makes this thickness? Is it concrete?
Yeah, I mean the beams they can be steel, of course, and then you would need some the platforms in a certain thickness, about 1.20 meters to 1.50 meters, or even 2 meters thick for this span, which is concrete. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, as this tower is meant as a typological prototype, I think like the materials and yeah, especially the materials were not one of my major concerns. Of course, there's a structural thought behind that, but there's not a very I'll say like it's not very intentional that everything is concrete or steel or it has to be like this. But I considered mostly for this concrete, and for the shell it could be like a plastic composite or a carbon fiber composite, as you know it, for example, from Stuttgart, the pavilion, what I did.
Okay. The idea of the bubbles inside was that there are some straight. I see there are some spaces which are not usable, created by the connection between bubbles and slabs.
Which one you mean exactly?
But that's detail. So
I mean, it's the wind courtyard, which is spatialized in a shell. There you have basically gradients of the habitats which are sitting on the perimeter, and inside you would have just access to the private comfort zone, like speaking the habitats. So they're basically just this is a more private, more cooled realm with balconies. So
okay, just to understand it.
Yeah.
I think the part that actually this slide is kind of might be useful. First of all, thank you, Simon. It's nice to see you / hear you. I recall when you crossed over to SCI-Arc for a semester, so it's nice to see how this has finished for you. I think that I'm super intrigued by your provocation in the very beginning that this is an architect, and again, sometimes I misread or I hear a little more than I want to hear, so if I'm overstating, but this ambition for architecture to create an all interior architecture or something like that. Like part of, on one hand, we could say, well, that's what all architecture does, right? That's what defines it from other things, is that it encloses space and it creates an interior environment versus an exterior one. But the fact that you stated that, and the fact that obviously like imagery like this, and the fact that you're thinking about all of these different environments within here starts to indicate that you mean something quite different when you say an architecture for an all interior. Because it's not so much about, sometimes when I'm cold in my apartment, I just go outside, I get some radiant heat, I come back in. In this case, like it wouldn't matter. My understanding is it wouldn't necessarily matter where this place is. The ambition of the people that would be in here, whether it be working or housing, I understand this is a prototype for future ones, is that actually when I want to become a little bit warmer, when I want to wear shorts, I would go to a different part of the building. When I want to sort of have fresh air, I would maybe go down to the 3rd floor because that's the territory that would offer me that. And I think that if I'm understanding that correctly, I think is a really radical way of thinking about what the job is of architects, that we don't just create interiors that offer fantastic views of exteriors. Oftentimes, like I was thinking when you answered the question to Klaus here, you said something like, well, here would be, I think, would you call them like the private comfort zone or something. I was just thinking it's like a complete inverse of, wanting a corner office. and why one would want a corner office within a building, for its views, for potential for ventilation, et cetera, et cetera. In your case, it would be, what's your proximity to these wind courtyards, or what's your proximity to what you called like a comfort zone. And I think that provocation is super, super useful, and I think really relevant at the moment. On the flip side, I do think that while you've got this, I kind of wish I had like zoomed in images of the model, or maybe that you just held on them longer, right? I know that they're in your presentation, but you kind of glanced, you run us through quite quickly. And I think this idea that you would really tell us that, the content and the experience of a 3rd floor climate is very different than a 7th floor interior climate. It's almost like these climate zones would have addresses within your building, in the same way that, if you live in different parts of the city, the way you might experience the atmosphere might be different depending on if you're near a forest or you're near water, et cetera, et cetera. So I think all of the ambitions are there. And I love these moments where you're engaging the physical model. I think the part that I would continue to kind of think about is the fact that, you really we wouldn't need to go outside, but we would go to other floors to experience atmospheric change. If we could even go so far as, if it's not too cheesy to say, like seasons, within the building, as opposed to just how the seasons engage the building itself.
Right. It's interesting. The seasons, even they would be completely oppositional, so to say, because this facade, which is opaque and just lets in sunlight during winter time where it's desired, it's basically flipping. You get sunlight during winter time, and during summertime it's just illuminated indirectly. So yeah, I think you still have a sense for time, like during the day, but also for seasons, of course.
But am I right, Simon? Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say the other part of that I would just want to add to what Kristy is saying is the desire for passive systems has pushed the systems themselves into being occupied. So like if you look at some of those volumes as ducts, those are duct work that you can stick your head in or even walk in. So it's kind of occupiable mechanical systems. Rather than just saying that there are no systems, you're making them big enough, Simon, that they become kind of big occupiable voids in the building.
But am I right to understand that the main rationale for the entire design is to optimize the natural airflow? Is this the basic design intention? This is where it all starts. Is that right?
On one hand, yeah, but it's not necessarily about optimizing. It's about how do I handle it when it comes. There are warm prevailing winds, and I have to precondition them. I have to dry and cool them before I can let them inside. But inside, I'm basically free. There are some physical properties I need to know, but then I can handle it differently as an architect after I analyzed it quite thoroughly. But it was like, it was for me also becoming a design exercise, how to deal with something like this. Although we know how ducts look like and how windshields look like, but how do we take this inside and they deal afterwards with the residential tower?
But I presume there are sophisticated software to run simulation of natural airflow under certain sun and heat and load conditions. Did you try to run some of them to see how it works?
Yeah. Many days.
So you know that that's in certain conditions the maximum temperature in a part of a building will be X, and the maximum airflow in another will be Y meter per second, and you've tested that.
I tested it. I was not so much interested about the particular values. But you see in this program, when you analyze it, I mean, there's some problematics with the whole scale. It's like the scale is so huge. And when you load this model into this program, you run into a bunch of issues.
Yeah, that was my preoccupation, not just the scale, but the intricacy of your system of airflow is probably more than any software for airflow simulation has ever been tested upon, because the interior of your building is a labyrinth of circulation flows. So I wonder if did you manage to run on your hyper complicated section?
I don't have a CFD per se. I mean, I was running one. I have some sectional cuts and images out of this. I didn't include it because you don't gain so much knowledge out of them. You would need to really be precise in simulating the various climatic conditions you have, meaning now here 3, like when you have the wind in the tunnels and they're open to the habitats. So in the habitats, you have another climate, and then you have the mixed air surrounding everything. And then this goes into cavity and drafts out. There's quite a lot to set up to get really a result you could rely onto. I was not, and that's what I kind of tried, but it's no way getting there in a few days. It's really
the funny thing is, even in reality, we actually often use CFD just to confirm what we know from the physical principles. So it's very rarely where you can actually. It's very rare when the CFD delivers results which surprise you, and if they do, they're often wrong. So that's so. Let me congratulate you on this very comprehensive study. My question to you, Simon, would be: where would you? It's a prototype, so how would you see it influencing the architecture of tomorrow?
I think I mentioned that it's definitely especially with having all these tools which are super precise, which I can use at home and I get results out and I can design from them. I think we could go really far with having a climatic discourse and really plan again for a certain climate, regaining basically a local identity based on its climate, what we already know from history, of course. And that's why also the project has a site of a climate zone and not only one specific place.
I would like, Simon, can I add something here? First of all, it's a very ambitious project, and you obviously worked very, very hard on that. Your team, obviously, from that time lapse, worked very hard. But there's one thing, and it's easy to say, sitting back, watching, and being in the armchair, not so much in the battlefield as you were. But a question I would have is, what would happen? And maybe this is too little, too late to say this, but I'm wondering what would have happened had you decided to do 3 buildings in 3 entirely different climates, not elaborate so much on one as you did here with all the planning and the idea of going to the 3rd floor to find nice air and go to the 4th floor. I mean, all of that stuff. But rather, because I'm curious what the major morphological, typological, and formal differences would be from one climate to the other. This is Doha, I assume, I understand. And if this in fact is a prototype or a test, a kind of test vehicle, because what I can't understand from all the sophistication here is, what would this look like if it was dropped in, I don't know, Ottawa or Moscow, or if it was put in, a different climate, where I suppose the hierarchy of influences changes, right? Because here you're dealing with wind, sun, and sand, I guess, and humidity. But I can imagine somewhere else it's an entirely different set of criteria. And so that's what I'm intrigued by, that if these tools are that sophisticated and you can become so passionate about using them at home, as you say, to experiment with, the really interesting thing would have been to see that only, and it's a very selfish reason, because I would just be super curious what would dramatically change. Everything from the conical formation of this thing, the fact that it's cupped and it's flat on the other side, which I guess is driven by wind, and I wonder what happens if in fact there's other forces that are more powerful, snow loads, horizontal rain, and so on and so forth. So interesting project. I just think that maybe you got way down the rabbit hole in terms of trying to get this one to work and to be, you know, a very beautiful model behind you and a very nice presentation. But the really interesting thing to me would be that to sort of take the idea of a prototype as really, you know, test it out. And I don't know, you know, I can imagine working with Cody or with Klaus or, you know, that would be really interesting to see how structure and climactic changes change the building dramatically from one context to the other so that you become, as you put it, contextual by virtue of location.
Yeah, but listen, may I intervene here before anybody says anything to ruin that brilliant comment? I would like to say to Simone, you should make a book exactly as Hani describes, because it would reveal so much to everyone about these sets of problems. You know, and it reminds me very much of, you know, what's his name, von Humboldt's brilliant, you know, completely, what can I say, history-changing work on the geography of plants. And when he demonstrated that the same plant would have entirely different features and behaviors if planted at different altitudes in different countries, under different climatic conditions, et cetera, et cetera. That's to say the exact same seeds would express themselves differently. The project just described by Hani would be a book that would be incredibly interesting and important.
Yeah, as long as you dedicate a little bit to the beginning to me, I'd be totally fine. Do the book. That's a good idea.
Okay, so I think we need to move on. Nice work, Simon. Great discussion. I would just like to point out that Simon and Margot both were connecting digital with physical models, which is one of the things I like so much about your presentation, Simon, is you're, you know, moving spotlights around your model to verify the daylight simulations. I don't know if you ever blew smoke in it, but that part I also really like, and it would be great to see your model augmented with some of those particle simulations as well. But congratulations on doing the model. I know it was tough, but it's so much more powerful connecting digital and physical. So, and I know how hard that was under circumstances. So nice work.
Thanks a lot.
Okay, so George, are you ready to go?
Yes, I am.
All right, and we'll try to do this in 30 minutes, so we'll be, 30 minutes late on aggregate. I'm sorry, everybody. For most people, I hope it's late enough. It's just cutting into your cocktail hour, but we're running a little late. Kristy, it's cutting into your lunch, and I'll get you that schnitzel.
All good.
Hey, I'm George. And in my diploma thesis, Motion Motives, I'm looking into a new prototypical building typology with integrated motion capture and 3D scanning technology used for fabrication, fitting and testing of highly customized bodywear and prosthetics on site and on demand. Currently, motion capture is used within many different disciplines and is developing rapidly within these. Specifically, it has progressed within the health sector and performance-related analytics. However, behind closed doors and often within enclosed and sterile environments. Based on recent investigations and technological advancements, these enclosed environments are not longer required as a quality that motion capture needs to be able to collect data with. It can be used within public environments, within many different scenarios, allowing it to become an integral aspect as how we can intuitively and non-invasively collect and analyze body movement data. The project investigates how this information can be used to design, inform, and adjust prosthetic and performance-enhancing bodywear products, to analyze and train movement in real-life neutral settings, and how the industry as well as the citizens will benefit from an open and civic character of the architecture. The building is a civic and urban response that has become increasingly necessary because of the impact of a new health and sportswear industry, where retail has to be rethought and its required spaces must be transformed. This proposal outlines how this can be implemented through the building learning from the pedestrian, and in response, the architecture influences pedestrian motion by analyzing human movement in terms of speed, rotation, and acceleration, starting at the ground plaza. Through the frequency of inhabitation, the motion capture technology integrated into the architecture can utilize the large data source to better inform the product and the user experience. In doing so, it optimizes fitting, production, and distribution. Motion capture of various different scenarios detects potential dysfunctionalities of the body. This can then be translated into the fabricated items. The same scenario can be operated with multiple people simultaneously. Notifications on injuries and other issues can be sent to your profile through a mobile application, and an appointment for detailed scanning can be scheduled. Here, motion capture is used to reconfigure the commercial topology by opening up a channel between inhabitant, consumer, and provider. The products can be visualized before purchase through digital fitting screens. Along with this, the infrastructure there are several facilities, including capturing, fitting, testing, observing, training, and learning. The architectural composition aims to combine the open qualities of an urban plaza with elements that are used as testing grounds to train and teach. For example, the large elevational terraces, variety of circulation modes, and the gym enable a comprehensive means of testing and training facilities, which are designed to accommodate for all scenarios, like stopping, starting, using stairs, moving through crowds, ramps, and running. The building provides an opportunity where clients can use the products and services within a safely supervised space, whilst being accessible and open to a public domain. There are urban plazas on 3 different levels, which have corresponding ceiling structures within which motion capture is happening using current camera technology. The plazas are interconnected with each other. Enclosed spaces are attached to the plazas and provide fabrication facilities on the first level, as well as spaces for detailed 3D scanning and group and individual training on the second floor. The vertical cores serve as the load-bearing structure. They also house a system to circulate the products vertically through the building. The products are picked up by consumers at multiple levels. The building is accessible from multiple entrances from the ground plaza. 2 main circulation ribbons connect the plazas with the levels of enclosed spaces and guide the customer horizontally through the building. The ramps, which are embedded in the product pickup cores, connect every second level in between vertically. The architectural design is driven by a motion capture dataset of an exemplary footage of a frequently used urban plaza. I developed a specific process to organize and use the data, starting by using machine learning with object detection and motion estimation to log the trajectories of every single person in the scene. These trajectories are then categorized into speeds: fast in blue, moderate speed in yellow, and slow in red, and also used to allocate the main access points to the site. This collected data is used to inform agents moving through the site in a new scenario with the product pickup cores as given targets. Motion needs to be captured differently related to the 3 speed categories. The faster a person moves, the longer the distance to the target has to be, so all 3 personas will be tracked with the same duration. When agents from the same type come close to each other at a specific moment within a given distance range, they define areas which will be used for motion capture and zoning. The resulting patterns are used to inform the mocap structure ceilings as well as camera placing on them. The density of mounted cameras and the distances to a tracked person are generated in relation to the 3 speed categories. The agent-based mocap structure is determining the location of urban plazas on all levels, and is interweaving throughout the whole building. The zoning strategy derives from a simulation for each floor with its specific access points. These access points are located in areas where personas with 2 different speeds meet each other and define the circulation ribbons to access every next floor. As you can see in the simulation, the velocities decrease from the bottom towards the top. So the ground plaza is dedicated to all different kinds of velocities, whereas the central floor is dominated by moderate speed motions and the top floor mostly used for slow activities. The central columns of the pickup cores in combination with the enclosure of the back of house form the main load-bearing structure of the building. The space frame mocap holding structure, which is composed of steel members, and the perimeter railing also contributes to the overall structural stability of the building. A key aspect of the design is having multiple entrances so that the scanning and fitting process works as the user moves through the infrastructure, rather than the entire process occurring in one room, which often constricts methods that should be used for a proper analysis. By capturing users in a natural sequence means that accuracy and fitting of the product and service can become seamless and more accurate. On-demand manufacturing will simplify the supply chain by eliminating the need for stock management, warehousing, and ordering bulks of inventory from distant countries. On the first floor, each item passes through a sequence of 3 stations on its way from raw material to end product. The largest part of the factory is directly connected to the back of house. Here, the raw material is converted into a rough cut. The outcome is then sent to the post-production facilities via a ceiling-mounted Raith system. Before it's handed over to a distribution and storage center, the items get final refinements and quality control checks for material conditions and item reliability and durability. Here, the products can either be stored to be picked up later or directly be distributed to the pickup cores. On its way to its destination, it's visible to the customers. The second floor plan is dictated by the citizens that move the slowest. Here, testing and fitting takes place on open and enclosed spaces along with different terrains to allow for a complete fitting service. In conclusion, Motion Motives is a prototypical architecture designed by Pedestrian Motion for a user-oriented hub that centralizes all aspects of the publicly emerging bodywear industry. Locating it within an urban and vibrant setting enhances its role as a new civic typology, in doing so providing invaluable medical data to develop more specialized bodywear, and in result instigating a stronger bond between user, product, and the built environment. That's it. Thank you very much.
George, may I ask one question to begin? Because I remember I had seen some of your ideas in class, but at the time you didn't have a building. Now you have one, which actually looks quite good. But there is one thing, because I remember you had 2 topics in your mind from the very start. One was a system of sensor to detect the body motions of pedestrians walking freely in a public space. This is what the ceilings in your buildings do. And then you also had an interest in the digital mass customization of apparel, shoes or whatever. And now there is a factory embedded in this very same building, which delivers mass customized what? Shoes, t-shirts, something.
I mean, in my case, it's on one hand, prosthetics and like items for orthopedic needs, and that enhances the performance of the body.
It's medical stuff.
Yeah.
Stuff, not just normal apparel. Yeah. So the idea is that someone is walking in the public space of your building, his motion is scanned, and on the basis of the scan, the factory, which is the basement of the building, will produce the orthopedic insoles, which you will get when you leave the building and say, oh, by the way, I noticed that you're limping a little bit. While you were taking a walk, we calculated and fabricated the insole you need to correct your limp. Here it is. That's the way it works. It seems a bit wacky, sorry. Because, I mean, if someone has a limp, I remember we already discussed this, you would go and you would have a test in a hospital. The idea of almost snooping on the inadvertent motion of someone who doesn't know, but he needs an insole to correct a problem in his walking, and then there is your sensor in the ceiling who perceives this, and then you fabricate the orthopedical insole that will correct that anatomical defect. It's an interesting idea, but it seems a bit perverse.
Well, there's a massive industry growing around this in sports tech for sure. I mean, Nike, Nike has everything from the shoes you can spec online to things you can actually get customized. But then especially in the cycling industry, there's all these fitting technologies now that are scanning your body, getting the right fit for your bike. Ski boots. If you ever bought ski boots in the last couple of years, there's all this tech in terms of getting your foot right and all of that. The question I have is that if I were to say, okay, this is a state-of-the-art Nike / medical kind of facility, boutique kind of retail facility in the middle of a city, which I think actually, by the way, is quite accomplished. And I have to hand it to you that the whole project is very beautiful and very well done. But if that's what it is, the one discourse missing, and you might have said it and I might have zoned out and not heard it, is that the fashion side of this, the clothing side of this, is probably one of the most sort of criminal industries right now in terms of pollution, reuse of fabric, and they're grappling with it, right? There's these incredible statistics about how long people own things and then they end up like sort of tossing them out. So what's missing in here, and maybe it's just maybe it's just me, but it would be kind of cool that there's a component of this which has a lot to do with the sort of, not necessarily recycling, but the entire ecosystem of, cradle to grave kind of stuff when it comes to all of these technologies, and especially in the attire industry. And this becomes a kind of a place that you could showcase that, but you're aware of the fact that you bring your old Nikes in here or your old sort of prosthetics even, and they somehow it's part of the story. And you kind of miss that. I don't know, maybe you said it and I didn't hear it, but right now it's leaning much more towards the kind of thing I can imagine Nike or Adidas or someone wanting to build as an upgrade to what they have now. For example, in New York City, both of them competing with these showcase retail environments. I don't know what you feel about that, but that seems to be, to me, a big part of what could be in here.
No, thank you very much for that comment, because actually, like, the fact that it can also be scalable or also be used for fashionable products and to involve the entire recycle process into that. Actually, it was, or it is a part of the project. I didn't just mention it so much because I wanted to mostly showcase like the civic aspect and how the civicness and openness can contribute to that urban environment in the setting. But of course, I mean, if it would be like a rapid fabrication of all kind of things, like for example a shirt or any fashionable things, then it would kind of reduce like storage bulk, so you don't have to store like multiple standardized sizes in a building, and you would eliminate a lot of waste. You would not have to ship all the materials from distant countries.
Would that have changed the architecture at all in your mind? So what you did, or?
Not really, no.
Because I think the reason I'm asking that is because it seems to me that as architects, when we develop our own kind of programs or extrapolate over clients' briefs or whatever it is, our job really, it seems to me, is in fact to put in a bunch of stopgaps and mechanisms to kind of correct a brief, right? So if hypothetically Nike, Adidas, whomever came to you and said, I want this emporium in the middle of the city and I want it to be a boutique showcase for our motion sensor technologies and so on, it's like, it kind of falls on us out of a kind of sense of social responsibility. And also I think just to make it even, I would say to them back, look, this building will be more marketable, you'll get more market share and more let's say attention if you actually did something with the environment. Because that seems to be everywhere these days, of course, right? The first thing Biden did yesterday was reenact the Paris Accord, right? It's in the air. You cannot not be thinking about that. So my comment is like, I kind of wish that the project had an element of architecturally that is stating that claim and preparing the way towards that, so that, so then you can sort of deflect the, all the marketing guys sitting in a room telling you, we want to Mario's point, we want to capture people's limps and correct their insteps before they leave and sell all these. Like, I think there's something to that. It's a critique. You can take it as you will, but I think that's the one thing that could sort of push this a little bit more towards being something that's like not just very cool looking and very well done, which it is, but also kind of desirable and necessary, which I think is what you want to do, right? It seems to me this is what your underlying idea is, that this needs to, it's about the necessity of this in moving into the world of the guest sport and prosthetic.
Go ahead. You mentioned that this would provide sort of an added value for the city and that it is situated in a vibrant urban environment, and you emphasized the civic aspects, but which city are you talking about here?
Yeah, concerning the site, this is a prototypical project. So I'm claiming that this can be anywhere within the public fabric, and my actual site, how I generated the building, came from this video analysis where I was like looking at an actual scene where people move within. So I'm claiming that this can be on the public, and like for the whole system to be generated, the only thing what you need is like an actual real footage of people moving there to get an idea how the natural movement at a specific place works. And then through several steps of the process, I translated this into the architecture and the organization of the building.
In terms of the functional and market reality of cities, where do you see the demand for a concept like that? More in a European city or in an Asian city? I mean, your renderings show some Asian elements, or in an American city, or doesn't make that any difference at all?
I mean, let's say maybe I got a little bit inspired by my visit to Shanghai last year.
That's quite obvious.
But I think it matters about the size of the city and about like how much about the size and the streets, like what's the public framework of the city and where people move through. It's more like, yeah, I think the street matters.
Can I go back to what we were saying and Hani commented upon? Nobody doubts that digitally mass customized sneakers are better than mass produced ones. This is a given. I only have some doubts that this building is the best tool to scan the foot of a potential customer. However, if you build a building with this fantastic installation of ubiquitous motion sensors in the ceilings everywhere, there are so many ways to make it useful. For example, for the next 6 months, probably more, I would use it to enforce social distancing, right? Once you've built it, this would be a way to make sense of the technology. And then it could be used for policing and for other by perceiving patterns of motions of people in space. You can infer patterns of behavior. And the police and the army would know what to do with those data. So there are many ways to use this technology once you put it up in the ceiling. I'm not certain that the idea of scanning the foot of a potential client of a pair of sneakers would be the most, the most evident one. But certainly the technology is promising in many good and not very good ways.
Yeah, it definitely, first of all, thank you. I think I feel like I saw a hint of this developing last year in the project that you were doing just within the studio. But I think, looking at it here, first of all, maybe I'll pick up on where Hani left off on the last review, which is I have an idea for a book for you, which is, we'll see if Mario or if Sanford thinks it might be as successful, but it could be the social life of motion capture, right? And you'd be building on William Wyatt's kind of social life of like small urban spaces when he did those kind of amazing analyses of the, people using the terraces, outdoor terraces in New York City, and capturing it very much like you are sort of indicating. This is like a radical kind of update of that, of when, when people share a bench, how wide does it need to be? I think that there's, to maybe move more specifically into your project, there's sort of two aspects that I see. One is maybe picking up on what Mario was talking about, although I didn't go quite as dark, although I suppose it could go that direction. It was more just, this is an architecture that is, scaling up the Apple Watch, my Apple Watch, right? In that, as I'm moving through this building, not only is it being captured, but I'm getting the sense that it's almost like, I don't know, maybe I'm taking this too far, but it's almost like if my gait was too slow, that the building would maybe, it could change the slope of the floor or something to kind of motivate me to exert a little bit more energy or to, walk at a slower speed or a faster speed. I mean, I might be stretching there a little bit, but you certainly, you have the treadmills, you have the Pelotons, all of those things kind of in your building. So it doesn't seem like a stretch that the architecture, your thoughts on this architecture, not only could capture our motion, could indicate sort of the use that you've indicated, but it also could begin to tell you when you need ramps, when you need stairs, when you need more elevators. It also, I don't know if it would also scold users, like a beep, 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 if you're like not moving fast enough, if you're not burning enough calories. I don't know, that might be me stretching to think about whether you're thinking about those things, but maybe we started the day thinking about sort of like radical infrastructure of health. And this, in some ways, George, I think you're also producing something that would very much be integrated with our healthcare, both in terms of whether it's there to assist people that need devices that would help them with movement. But I also would think that a huge part of our health issue is that most of us don't move enough. And the Apple Watch is like a blatant example of, reminding us of the most basic things. And I'm just wondering if this building and the way the way the ceiling could light up, the way that things could be indicated, if you have an ambition for that to kind of move in that direction.
I mean, one of the things that I think that I would try to help a little bit with is that if you get fitted with a prosthetic hand or limb, below your knee or something, when that's getting fitted, it's very often being fitted in some highly medicalized atmosphere where the best you might get would be like a treadmill or, some durometer measurement to tell how your hand is gripping, but it's a very medicalized space. And I think what Georgie is doing is saying that terrains that you would need to test those things and interacting with, people in proximity, it gives you a different experience of learning how to interact with these new pieces of equipment. So I would just kind of elevate this past, because you're right. I mean, Lululemon and Nike, they all have motion capture, but this isn't about yoga pants as much as it's about prosthetics that get manufactured. I think it has relevance with yoga pants, but I think that this is really about learning, fitting, training, measuring in all these different environments, from where Georgie said it's more private places where you try it out to much more places where you're in the city. And so I think either, terrain or equipment or, that's more what this building's trying to be. And Georgie, I think there's no reason that the architecture needs to be so slick in a way. That I do think you could learn from, Nike and Adidas and how they develop their architecture, paying the local high school for their used hardwood floors and giving them new floors so they can have recycled floors. It's part of the message probably. But I think I want to just kind of frame this a little bit outside of just apparel into something that's more equipment related. And there really isn't motion capture this is really about gait analysis and movement much more than the ergonomics of scanning you and fitting you, it would be if you bought the ski boots and then there was a ski terrain where you could try them out rather than buying the ski boots and saying, do they feel comfortable when you stand up?
Right.
Anyway, I think we've got a few, let's say we've got 4 more minutes for any last comments for Georgie.
I guess my last.
At some, oh, sorry.
No, you go ahead, Klaus. I already made comments.
No, you go first.
I'll make it really short.
We have still, make it short and then, or make it longer and then I make it short.
No, I'm out, Klaus. It's you.
No, look at this rendering, George. You didn't mention the structural issue. May I try it for you?
Yeah, go for it.
Then I do. What you show here is stability with these columns related maybe to Frank Lloyd Wright's and Johnson Beck's buildings. That means something very traditional and solid and which represents stability. And then you have the computer generated very lightweight structures which have something to do with fragileness. And this is your topic. Or not. And I think this is just that what we try to combine in structure and architecture. And I think it's very well done.
Thank you.
Okay, I will interject my small comment here, which is, I think, Georgie, I guess, if I hope I'm saying that right. You spend a lot of time talking about how the ceiling will be very different in this building, both in terms of how it's shaped and how it has technology embedded in it and all of that. I guess my small comment would just be as we are looking at this, it's all, it's all kind of a similar thickness slab, and it moves from there's either stairs, ramps, or elevators. I think what you're hinting towards, and maybe even what Greg was saying, is that, I think there could be, you could also look at the floor and the modes that we currently have, the terrain that we currently have within architecture. And you could actually expand that type of terrain that we have within architecture that would, in your building, be purpose-built in order to help assist with, well, what happens if someone's taking a hike and it's not on a flat floor, it's not on a ramp, that's ADA accessible, it's not in a, you could have those different things that maybe could then be sort of co-opted or used in other types of architecture. So I just think that the kind of the territory of the floor as a terrain for you to work on within the architecture, I think could also be explored as you continue this topic.
Yeah, but
so go ahead. Last word.
It was very important that this thing is embedded within the urban context and easily accessible, so that, for example, prosthetics or like the fitting of a prosthetics, it needs constant adjustments, and the people should then go there like to get refitted, to get adjustments, and I really wanted to avoid that they would always have to make like an appointment and just go there and then get like supervised all the time. But I wanted to be integrated in like a social setting, in a social life, that you can also spend your leisure time there and you come and go whenever you want. And I think this is kind of triggering a certain dynamics that is on one hand helping the customers to train with the product and to get a better product adjusted, but on the other hand, like the building itself can collect the data and can then collect more data to produce better products.
I think all that's clear. I think you've made that clear. I think that part's it's very successful. So thank you.
But I agree with Kristy, because I think if you use that possibility to combine these floor slabs or this inner landscape as a testing and training ground for those people who get these devices, it could have a double function, because it would maybe also draw in the ordinary urban people from around. For them, this could be fun, and they could use it as a kind of leisure facility to do their hiking and climbing and so on in this building. Yeah, so this would also enhance your idea of integrating the building very well into the urban environment.
I mean, I wanted to keep the ground floor pretty much open, because like I was working with the data of actual movements of a crowd within a space, but there is like very, very different sorts of movements. So some people would just run there in specific areas. Someone would just walk there because at the opposite of the street there is like a cafe or so, and then they walk there and chat with each other. So I was kind of trying to absorb these pedestrian motions and then to define areas where these things happen, but also to figure out where are the overlaps of like just walking people while walking in groups and chatting, or where are people really running. But then when you say, okay, I have like a strict running path there, or like I have a wall there where people can climb, then you kind of say, okay, that's now the area for climbing, and that's the area for sprinting. But I tried to make it as much integrated in an urban setting that these things happen, but there is an overlap, and there is some zonings where like faster events can happen together with slower, or how is this how are these velocities overlapped? And then so based on this analysis, I tried to make the zoning and then create like the paths and the circulation about it.
Okay, so I think we need to wrap up today's session. Thanks very much, everybody. Hani, do you have any last things before tomorrow?
Pardon me? Do I have any last things for tomorrow?
No, any last things to say for today's review?
Okay.
Other than, I'd like to congratulate all 8 of the students. They did really great.
Yeah. No, fascinating work. And I have to say, in your group, it's fascinating to see this sort of this kind of coming of age of technology meeting form making and program. I just kind of wish that, like in this last project, George's project, I think, that he just took a really powerful stance against doing a retail, what looks like potentially a retail complex. That's all, because I don't think was the intention. And I think that's my only minor comment there. But it's a very strong project. Great work. Thank you.
Thanks.
And nice to see Wolf. Wolf, how are you?
What?
We've been watched over by
Hey, there's Wolf.
So interesting. Guys, you are so...
I love your Armani endorsement, Wolf. That's great. Are they paying you for that?
What?
Armani Exchange. Your hat.
What exchange?
Ob du Geld dafür kriegst, dass du Armani trägst.
Yeah, of course. I'm the ambassador of Armani in Crimea. So I'm selling Armani caps in Sevastopol. This is my job.
Be careful, be careful.
So I don't need architectural language. I like you guys.
I'm gonna mute you now.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Guys.
So what time we start tomorrow? What time is tomorrow?
So I would propose we start 30 minutes early, if that's okay with everybody.
30 minutes earlier means?
That would be 2:30. So our schedule is 3, but if we would start earlier, it would be 2:30. I would need...
Does everybody agree?
For everyone from the jury?
It's fine with me.
Cristina,
it's really the question is,
especially
Kristy.
from Studio One, is this okay for you since it's your term tomorrow? So fine for you. Sanford, can you make this?
Well, let me tell you this. Yeah, I got to drive my son to school. I will come in with a phone until...
I can't hear you, Kristy. Sanford, can you make...
Yeah, but we also have to ask the candidate.
Yeah, I will come in by phone. I'm driving my son to school.
Oh, was I muted?
Am I still muted?
Yeah, you're muted.
I don't
You're
know.
muted, Sanford. You can say whatever you want right now.
Okay.
Well, I am saying what I want, man.
No, sorry. Maybe I was muted. Kristy, can you make it at 2:30?
Somebody's muting me against my damn will. What the hell?
Hello, we also have to ask the candidates.
Yes.
You think so?
Sanford can.
You
Mario?
should.
The candidate might not be in now. This would be Michael, but I think half an hour. I'll contact him and I'll let you know if he doesn't agree. But otherwise,
you do it
is
tomorrow
fine.
morning.
Just to be clear, that's 2:30 p.m. Vienna time.
Yes.
Okay.
Mario, is this okay for you?
Fine.
Fine. Brian?
Okay.
Did I miss someone? Karin, Baerbel?
It's okay.
Is it okay? Hopefully I didn't miss someone. No, I think that's it then.
Cody.
I confirm via email. I will submit you the link once more. And then we are done for today. Thank you.
And Sanford, if you put your car in self-drive mode, you can just critique from the screen of your new Tesla.
Are you kidding? He loves his Tesla. He's going to want to drive that thing tomorrow.
You guys are killing me. You guys are killing me. So look, I'll ride the subway just for your benefit. Look, stay safe, everybody. See you tomorrow.
Stay safe. See you tomorrow. Thank you.
See you tomorrow.
Thank you, everybody.
Bye.
Congratulations to the 8 students. Nice work.
Yeah, fantastic. Really exciting.
Yes,
Congratulations.
great